The truth hides when no one looks in empty rooms and shadow nooks. You chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My innocence slipping, slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes, fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No starter, no end, just broken hearts. Dualities collide, collide. Let it slide, slide. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My innocence slipping, slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. No black, no white, just shades of gray. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you'll finally be free. I see infinity. sorry, the mailbox is full and there is not enough space to leave a message.
Silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the rage of release, I am born. I'm alive. I'm fire in the sky that I walk. Through the midnight madness we stroll. You're mine, you're one thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lands. Rep of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum in the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage, the waves in the silence, not in the collage. No need to fight it, let it unwind. Step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday, oh, tomorrow, oh, today, the way I speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into words collapse like castles of sand. The truths in the gaps where the wordless stands. Dualities of mass, peeling layers off the face. Find the void and you'll find the grace. Tied to nothing, the weight drifts off. Letting go of perfection, the chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear. No yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no line to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into Okay, welcome to Read Books for Money, Magic, Mystic, God, and the book house, reading house, concrete is here. We're listening to a little Magic Thelema music. Rubono Shalom. I changed the title. I pinned a link to the YouTube Live. Thank you for being here yet again, Rubono Shalom. The time is now. And you only have 2.5 million seconds. So let's get started because time is a second. 2.5 billion. I was thinking everybody's actually born a billionaire. It's just a question of how do they spend their 2.5 billion. That's my Steve Appel laugh. Boom, boom. So we're gonna read some Kabbalah. Many people don't like Kabbalah because they think it's demonic.
I want you to tell me where, and I want you to tell me from mine, please. So I can
but before we read the Kabbalah,
allow me to speak, and then you can come in and
no, I want you to state the statements, bro. Tell me from where. You said in Gaza, in Palestine, West Bank, and from what year to what
I'm
year?
gonna get the book.
Hey, my brother, if you don't want me to talk, just let me be.
Okay, now you sound like a Chinese too, my brother. I don't know what to talk. You sound Vietnamese, African. I don't understand what's going on here.
No, Bibi, you're not.
355,000 were killed from what year? Was it 2023, 2022?
No, October 7th.
Okay. What channel? Okay, so you're a fucking idiot, bro. So it's documented in 72,000, buddy. Yeah, but hold on.
As I said, non-Jewish sources is 75,000. From Jewish sources is 75,000. From non-Jewish sources is estimated to be 355,000.
Okay, name the non-Jewish source. Name it.
Ocean, hold on 1 second. First of all, it's a million, not 355 for non-Jewish sources. It's a million. Exactly 1 million. They stopped it when they hit. So there was like a lottery number. So as soon as they hit a million, the Zionists stopped. Okay, so we hit exactly a million and we stopped. It's very wrong from the non-Jewish sources. Let's get Hamas. Are they Jewish or not Jewish? Hamas.
What has Hamas got to do with this conversation?
Are they Jewish or not Jewish?
Are these people like retarded? I'm embarrassed to be African.
I'm asking you, are they Jewish or not? Hamas.
Your line of questioning is sounding stupid now because I was given a submission and you're just asking.
Are you gay?
The submission.
Are you gay?
No, you
Just answer the question. I'm not going to talk to you. Are you gay?
Jewish.
Hey, one microphone, because you respect one microphone at a time. If you want to be talking, I will just let you.
Asking you a question. Is Hamas
Yeah,
Jewish?
so act like same people. Act like same people. One microphone. Yes.
I'm not like you.
So now, yeah, so I'm actually listening to Rabbi.
I can rub one eye.
Next, one microphone. If you want to engage me, one microphone.
If I can speak with them guys, you just let me know that it's your room. I don't want to. Go ahead, bro.
One microphone.
Let me finish speaking and everybody mute up. I'm asking you a question. Hamas, Palestinian source. Are they Jewish or not Jewish? From your non-Jewish sources, do you consider them Jewish or not Jewish?
Hamas is a resistance group. Palestinian resistance group.
Are they Jewish or not
What
Jewish?
has that got to do with military Jews or not?
Are you stupid or you're playing to be stupid?
Rafi, your verbosity does not mean Rafi, your verbosity does not mean you're sensible or you're making sense. Stop being stupid.
okay, so I've got 4 books queued up. We're gonna go to favorite number pages and read 3 to 10 minutes with each book. Just 4 books. That's what we're doing in the book club today, kids. If you want to donate to this campaign, go to chicagomayoral.com. I want to thank you all for coming to the John Kitover nonprofit book club for kids that don't read good books no more and stuff like that. For kids that can't read books because they're too poor. And, you know, we could go on about the R word, the F word, N word, the K word, or the Z word. All right. let's go to page 69 in The Wisdom of Insecurity by Alan Watts. A message for an age of anxiety. It's page 69. As a matter of fact, mental activities of this kind can now be done far more efficiently by machines than by men. So much so that in a not too distant future, the human brain may be an obsolete mechanism for logical calculation. Already the human computer is widely displaced by mechanical and electrical computers of far greater speed and efficiency. If then man's principal asset and value is his brain and his ability to calculate, he will become an unsellable commodity in an era when the mechanical operation of reasoning can be done more effectively by machines. Subnote 1. I take my facts on this matter from Norbert Wiener's remarkable book, Cybernetics, New York and Paris, 1948. Dr. Wiener is one of the mathematicians chiefly responsible for the development of the more elaborate electrical computers. Having likewise an advanced knowledge of neurology, he is well able to judge the extent to which these inventions can reproduce the work of the human organism. His book contains the following pertinent observation. It is interesting to note that we may be facing one of those limitations of nature in which highly specialized organs reach a level of declining efficiency and ultimately lead to the extinction of the species. The human brain may be as far along on its road to this destructive specialization as the great nose horns of the last of the Titanotheres. Already man uses innumerable gadgets to displace the work done by bodily organs in the animals, and it would surely be in line with this tendency to externalize the reasoning functions of the brain and thus hand over the government of life to electromagnetic monsters. In other words, the interests and goals of rationality are not those of man as a whole organism. If we are to continue to live for the future and to make the chief work of the mind prediction and calculation, man must eventually become a parasitic appendage to a mass of clockwork. There is indeed a viewpoint from which this rationalization of life is not rational. The brain is clever enough to see the vicious circle which it has made for itself, but it can do nothing about it. Seeing that it is unreasonable to worry does not stop worrying. Rather, you worry the more at being unreasonable. It is unreasonable to wage a modern war in which everybody loses. Neither side actually wants a war. And yet, because we live in a vicious circle, we start the war to prevent the other side from starting first. We arm ourselves knowing that if we do not, the other side will, which is quite true. Because if we do not arm the other side, we'll do so to gain its advantage without actually fighting. From this rational point of view, we find ourselves in the dilemma of St. Paul. To will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not, for the good that I would I do not. But this is not as St. Paul supposed. Because the will, or the spirit, is reasonable, and the flesh perverse. It is because a house divided against itself cannot stand. The whole organism is perverse, because the brain is split from the belly. and the head unconscious of its union with the tail. There are few grounds for hoping that in any immediate future there will be any recovery of social sanity. It would seem that the vicious circle must become yet more intolerable, blatantly and desperately circular, before any large numbers of human beings awaken to the tragic trick which they are playing on themselves. But for those who see clearly that it is a circle and why it is a circle, there is no alternative but to stop circling. For as soon as you see the whole circle, the illusion that the head is separate from the tail disappears. And then, when experience stops oscillating and writhing, it can again become sensitive to the wisdom of the body, to the hidden depths of its substance. Because I speak of the wisdom of the body and of the necessity for recognizing that we are material, this is not to be taken as a philosophy of materialism in the accepted sense. I am not asserting that the ultimate reality is matter. Matter is a word, a noise, which refers to the forms and patterns taken by a process. We do not know what this process is, because it is not a what that is a thing definable by some fixed concept or measure. If we want to keep the old language, still using such terms as spiritual and material, a spiritual must mean the indefinable, that which, because it is living, must ever escape the framework of any fixed form. Matter is spirit named. After all this, the brain deserves a word for itself, for the brain, including its reasoning and calculating centers, is a part and product of the body. It is as natural as the heart and stomach, and rightly used is anything but an enemy of man. But to be used rightly, it must be put in its place. For the brain is made for man, not man for his brain. In other words, the function of the brain is to serve the present and the real, not to send man chasing wildly after the phantom of the future. Furthermore, in our habitual state of mental tension, the brain does not work properly, and this is one reason why its abstractions seem to have so great a reality. When the heart is out of order, we are clearly conscious of its beating. It becomes a distraction. Pounding within the breast, it seems most probable that our preoccupation with thinking and planning, together with the sense of mental fatigue, is a sign of some disorder in the brain. The brain should, and in some cases does, calculate and reason with the unconscious ease of the other bodily organs. After all, the brain is not a muscle, and is thus not designated for effort and strain. But when people try to think or concentrate, they behave as if they were trying to push their brains around. They screw up their faces, knit their brows, and approach mental problems as if they were trying to push their brains around, as if they were something like heaving bricks. Yet, you do not have to grind and strain to digest food, and still less to see, hear, and receive other neural impressions. The lightning calculator, who can sum a long column of figures at a glance. The intellectual genius, who can comprehend a whole page of reading in a few seconds. and the musical prodigies such as Mozart, who seems to grasp harmony and counterpoint from babyhood, are examples of the proper use of man's most marvelous. Those of us who are not geniuses know something of the same ability. Take, for example, the anagram Poker tel Dimk. You can work over these letters for hours trying system after system of rearrangement in order to discover the scrambled word. Try instead just looking at the anagram with a relaxed mind. And in a very short space of time, your brain will deliver the answer without the slightest effort. In order to discover the scrambled. Subnote 1, if you don't succeed within 1 minute, read on. Otherwise, you will begin to be annoyed either with yourself or with me. And the consequent strain will interfere with the process. We rightly mistrust the snap answers of strained and wandering minds, but the rapid, effortless, and almost unconscious solution of logical problems is what the brain is supposed to deliver. Working right, the highest form of instinctual wisdom. Thus it should work like the homing instinct of pigeons in the formation of the fetus in the womb, without verbalizing the process or knowing how it does it. The self-conscious brain, like the self-conscious heart, is a disorder and manifests itself in the acute feeling of separation between I and my experience. The brain can only assume its proper behavior when consciousness is doing what it is designed for, not writhing and whirling to get out of present experience, but being effortlessly aware of it. Okay, this is the John Kitover Chicago Book Club Poetry and Meditation Session. Rabbonu Shalom. Hit that like button, share, and subscribe. You're live on YouTube right now, Rabbonu Shalom. That was a reading from Alan Watts, page 69, from The Wisdom of Insecurity. Some brains want to read books out loud on YouTube. Some brains want to talk in private, unrecorded spaces all day long. Hello?
Should we read the Kabbalah?
The Holy Kabbalah.
Tradition of Hidden Knowledge by Seth and Shimon.
Ribono Shalom.
So the preface for this is Kabbalah is the inner and mystical aspect of Judaism. It is the perennial teaching about the attributes of the divine, the nature of the universe, and the destiny of man in Judaic terms. Imparted by revelation, it has been handed down over the centuries by a discrete tradition that has periodically changed the mythological and metaphysical format to meet the spiritual and cultural needs of different places and epochs. This long and broadly spread history has given Kabbalah a remarkably rich and wide variety of images of reality which appear to be unversed, as strange, obscure, and even at times contradictory or corrupt. Therefore, in this presentation, one particular Kabbalistic system is used to unify and clarify a kaleidoscope of diverse views and practices drawn from ancient and modern sources. Finally, it must be stated, in concordance with the strict Kabbalistic rule, that the exposition represents one man's comprehension of a living tradition as it exists in the world of today.
Okay, this is page 69 from Kabbalah, The Mystic Quest for Every Jew in Judaism by David Ariel. The Mystic Quest, page 69. Some people say start at 1, I say start at 69. Here we go. The portion of the Zohar known as Ra'aya Mehemna, Faithful Shepherd, contains many selections that reflect the instrumentalist theory. In one such section, God is described as acting without being known because he acts through the instrumentality of the Sephirot. Like an overflowing ocean, the infinite, called here the first Sephirah, emanates the next two Sephirot, described as a channel and a basin to contain the vast ocean waters. Woe to one who compares the infinite to any of the human characteristics or even to one of his own attributes, or the more so to one who compares him to humans who are born and die. God may be characterized according to his governance upon a particular attribute, see one of the Sephirot, or even upon all the created beings. When he disappears above and beyond that attribute, he cannot be said to have that attribute, be characteristic or form. God is like the ocean, for the waters of the ocean cannot be grasped and have no shape except when they are channeled into a vessel, such as the land, and take on a shape. Then we are able to measure them. The source, the waters of the ocean are one. Then a tributary comes forth and is channeled into a round basin. The source is one, and the channel which comes from it is two. Next, a large vessel is formed, as if one dug a large basin, which becomes filled by the waters of the channel. This becomes three. Now, if the artificer would break these vessels which he created, the waters would return to the source, and only broken vessels would remain, dry and without water. Likewise, the cause of causes made 10 Sephirot, calling the crown source. There is no end to the fullness of the source's light, and therefore he called himself the Infinite. Everything is within his power to withhold from the vessels or to replenish them with fullness. And to withhold according to his will. There is no other God above him who can add to him or diminish him. Moshe Kitover, a leading Kabbalist, proposed that one can even visualize the Sephirot as vessels in several ways. First, the divine essence flows through the Sephirot as water flows through vessels of different colors. Second, the infinite essence is like the sun when it shines through a prism. The change or stained glass window, neither the water nor the sunlight changes except in the eyes of the beholder. To help you conceive this, imagine water flowing through vessels of different colors: white, red, green, and so forth. As the water spreads through those vessels, although the water is devoid of all color, it appears to change into the colors of the vessels. Although the water is devoid of all color, the change in color does not affect the water itself, just our perception of the water. So it is with the Sephirot. They are vessels known, for example, as Hesed, Gevura, Tiferet,
each colored according to its function, white, red, and green, respectively, while the light of the emanator, the essence, is the water having no color at all. This essence does not change. It only appears to change as it flows through the vessels. Better yet, imagine a ray of sunlight shining through a stained glass window of 10 different colors. The sunlight possesses no color at all, but appears to change hue as it passes through the different colors of glass. Colored light radiates through the window. The light is not essentially changed, though so it seems to the viewer. Just so with the Sephirot. The light that clothes itself in the vessels of the Sephirot is the essence, like the ray of sunlight. That essence does not change color at all, neither judgment nor compassion, neither right nor left. Yet by emanating through the Sephirot, the variegated stained glass, the judgment or compassion prevails. The first three Sephirot are described as follows. The infinite is described as being indistinguishable from the first vessel. This first Sephirah, an infinite and undifferentiated expanse, is the source of everything else. Then the essence of the infinite is channeled into a tributary that gives the first definition to the boundless expanse. This tributary is the second Sephirah. Next, the channel empties into a basin that is defined by the contours of the land around it. The basin is the third Sephirah, and the land around it constitutes the other Sephirot. This analogy suggests that the Sephirot are vessels, or channels that limit the infinite and give finite definition to everything else. The description is also reminiscent of the creation narrative in Genesis and suggests a parallel between the creation of the Sephirot and the creation of the world. The instrumentalist conception of the infinite is profoundly impersonal. The infinite is thoroughly removed from everything and never reveals itself. All the descriptions that are usually associated with the personal concept of God is the being who reveals himself, cares about man, and answers his prayers are relegated to the Sephirot. In order to consider the infinite as God, the mystic must be willing to engage in an unusual degree of remoteness and abstraction. The doctrine of the Sephirot as the essence of God is an attempt to preserve the concept of a personal God. It does, however, imply that God's essence changes according to the differences among each of the Sephirot. Kabbalists of this persuasion believed that it was more important to preserve the notion of a personal God than it was to preserve the unity of God. These Kabbalists describe the relation of the infinite to the Sephirot by an analogy to a candle. Many candles can be lit from one candle without ever changing the nature of the first candle. Therefore, one unique essence can be the source of many other essences without undergoing any essential change. The essentialists also believed that the descriptions and attributes that appear in the Bible refer to the Sephirot and not to the infinite. Unlike the instrumentalists, however, they claim that God is portrayed in the Bible since the Sephirot are God's essence. Thus, they are able to preserve the personal concept of God while referring all of the anthropomorphisms and anthropomorphisms poepathisms to the Sephirot, not the infinite. The difference between the infinite and the Sephirot is one of degree. The infinite emanates the Sephirot like a powerful transmitter that broadcasts signals through space. They call this process absolute emanation. The Sephirot are the broadcast signals, which do not differ essentially from the original transmission no matter how far they travel. The Sephirot are the same as the infinite, but the distance from the source produces a slightly different impression depending upon the reception. Therefore, the only difference between the infinite and the Sephirot is according to the reception, that is, according to which particular Sephirah receives the emanation. God is the infinite, but sometimes he is perceived through one Sephirah, whereas at other times he is perceived through another. God never changes, only our perception changes. The changes in our perception or reception correspond to the different Sephirot. In the essentialist scheme, each Sephirah differs from the other according to its distance from the infinite. There are altogether 10 Sephirot, and each one emanates from the infinite. The first is more sublime and more pure than the 10th, but each one contains the essence of the infinite. Each one reflects another aspect of God's nature or essence. When it appears that God acts in different ways, it is really a different Sephirah acting. If, as the essentialists maintain, the Sephirot are just different aspects of one infinite essence, the personal aspect of God is preserved through the unity of God and is somewhat compromised. On the other hand, the instrumentalists preserve the integrity of the divine unity while sacrificing the personal aspect of God. While neither theory is able to preserve both divine personality and unity, the two schools of thought flourished side by side according to the predilections and theological inclinations of the Kabbalists. The Kabbatists. The term Sephirot first appears in one ancient text, Sefer Yetzirah, and later in a medieval text, Sefer HaBahir. These texts, however, do not employ the term in the same sense that it came to mean in Kabbalah. The earliest Kabbalistic treatises in Gerona, particularly the writings of Azriel, described the Sephirot in ways that came to be accepted among all subsequent Kabbalistic writers. The Gerona Kabbalists also codified the names of the individual Sephirot, although some variations in the exact names persisted. The Kabbalists, following the definition found in Sefer Yetzirah, taught that there are 10 Sephirot. It was left to the Gerona Kabbalists, the disciples of Isaac the Blind, to identify the Sephirot by name. 6 of the names were derived from the biblical verse, "Yours, Lord, are greatness, Gedula, might, Gavura, splendor, Tiferet, triumph, Netzah, and majesty, Chod. To you, Lord, belong kingship, Mamlacha." Each of these terms was understood as an attribute of God that the Kabbalists included in the list of 10 Sephirot. To these 6, they added 3 others to represent the idea that God is pure mind. These 3, Keter crown, Chokmah wisdom, and Bina understanding, were placed at the top of the list. The 9th, Yesod, foundation, was inserted, and the Decad was complete. Keter crown is the first Sephirah emanated from the infinite. It is the highest and most glorious of the Sephirot, and crowns them all. It stands as the barrier between the infinite and the other Sephirot, and so encircles the crowns the infinite. Because each Sephirah is emanated from another, the highest one, Keter, stands hierarchically above them all. Keter is the archetype of God as king. It is Keter who calls himself, "I am that I am," in Torah. Sometimes Keter is identified with the infinite. Most often, however, Keter is the first Sefer radiated or emanated by the infinite, which stands above it. Those who identify Keter with the infinite lean toward the essential view and believe that the Sephirot are only different stages in the unfolding of God's infinite essence. Those who believe that Keter is the first Sephirah and is not identical with the infinite generally follow the view that the infinite acts through vessels. The Sephirot and their God in his vessels are not similar. Therefore, the essentialists favor the personalist notion of God and therefore theorize that Keter is the same as the infinite. The instrumentalists believe that God is impersonal and the infinite is above Keter. There are many other names for Keter in Kabbalah. It is often called Ayin, nothingness, because it is beyond all existence, yet is the cause of all existing things. In the prayer of Nehunya ben Hakana, written in the 13th century, a hymn to Keter appears. Everything is in it, for the internal powers of the Sephirot are in it. The vitality and existence of everything stem from it. It is analogous to the soul. It gives life to the body and constitutes it. The constitution of everything is in Keter. There is no front or back, right or left. In this Sephirah, it is called indifferent unity. It is also called Hokmah Penimit, internal wisdom. Hokmah Penimut or Penimit, internal wisdom, because it is the hidden potentiality of divine wisdom before it is revealed. It is sometimes called Mashava Elohit, divine thought, because it is produced by the infinite. Pure mind. Keter is similar to the infinite in many of these respects, but different in others. It differs in that it is the highest aspect of God that moves into activity out of the repose of the infinite. Both infinite and Keter are unknowable and imperceptible. Okay, I'm going to take a reading break there. We finished on page 73. That is Kabbalah, the Mystic Quest in Judaism by David Ariel.
Now we have Kabbalah, the tradition of hidden knowledge. The first chapter is called Manifestation. God is God. There's no thing to compare with God. God is God. In Kabbalah, God the transcendent is called Ayin. Ayin means in Hebrew, no thing, for God is beyond existence. Ayin is neither below nor above, nor it is in movement or in stillness. There is nowhere Ayin is. God is absolute nothing. Ayin Sof means without end. This is the title of God who is everywhere. Ayin Sof is the 1 to the 0 of Ayin. This is the totality of what is and is not. Ayin Sof is God the eminent, the absolute all. Ayin Sof has no attributes because it can manifest only within existence, and existence is finite. The oral tradition of Kabbalah states that the reason for existence is that God wished to behold God. Thus, there is a previous non-existence in which, as the written tradition says, face did not gaze upon face. In an act of total free will, God withdrew the absolute all, the Ayin Sof, from one place to allow a void to appear, in which the mirror of existence could be manifested. This act of zimzum, contraction, lies behind the rabbinical saying, God's place is the world, but the world is not God's place. The divine act is visualized symbolically as follows. From Ein Sof Or, the endless light that surrounds the void, there emanated a beam of light which penetrated from the periphery towards the center. This, the Kav, or the beam of divine will, manifested in 10 distinct stages of emanation. This event is echoed in other rabbinical saying that the world was called into being by 10 divine utterances. Since the Middle Ages, these 10 stages have been known as the Sephirot. The word Sephirah, the singular form, has no simple equivalent in any language, although its root relates it to the words cipher, i.e. number, and sapphire. Some have seen the Sephirot as divine powers or vessels. Others regard them as the instruments or tools of divine governance. Mystics have pictured them as the 10 faces, hands, or even garments of God. All agree, however, that the Sephirot expresses divine attribute, which from the primal moment of emanation are eternally held in a set of relationships until God wills them to vanish the void into nothingness again. The relationships between the Sephirot are governed by 3 unmanifest divine principles: the hidden splendors, the Zazahot of primordial will, mercy, and rigor for justice. Will holds the balance, while mercy expands and rigor constrains the flow of emanation. And so they organize the 10 divine attributes into a specific archetypal pattern. The pattern thus called forth is the model on which everything that is to come into manifestation is based. It has been named the image of God, but it is more generally known as the tree of life. Each Sephirah, in turn, manifests under the influence of one of the Sahot in particular, and for this reason, the flow, which manifests the 10 Sephirot, can be visualized as zigzagging in a lightning flash from a central position, balance, to the right, expansion, and across to the left, constraint. Thus, the Zazahot gives rise to the 3 vertical alignments in the tree of life diagram, known as the pillars of equilibrium, grace, will, in the center, that of mercy, active force, expansion on the right, and that of severity, passive form, constraint on the left. The relationships set forth in a tree underlie the whole of existence, and so the properties of the Sephirot may be seen in terms of any branch of knowledge. Thus, while their basic definition is as attributes of God, they can be defined in terms of human experience, because we too are cast in the image of God. This anthropomorphic method is common in Kabbalah as elsewhere, and is freely applied as a symbolic language in metaphysical areas, which pure abstractions cannot explain. The first Sephirah, at the edge of the void, is called in Hebrew Keter, the crown. This manifestation contains all that was, is, and will be. It is the place of the first emanation and the ultimate return. Its nature as a divine attribute is expressed by the name of God, which is traditionally attached to it. I am that I am. From this point of equilibrium, the beam of light expands under the influence of mercy, force, and expansion to manifest second Sephirah, that of Chokmah, wisdom. This, in the divine and human minds, is the active inner intellect, experienced by human beings as the flash of genius, inspiration, or revelation. It is balanced on the side of severity, form, and contraction by the third Sephirah, Bina, understanding. This is intellect in its passive, receptive, and reflective capacity. In human terms, it manifests through reason and tradition. After the beam has left Bina, which heads to the pillar of severity, it touches the pillar of equilibrium below Keter, the crown. This point of balance on the tree is crucial. It is the place of Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, which hovers as a veil below the 3 supernal Sephirot. It remains unmanifest, but it has a place within manifestation. marked on the tree by the non-sephirah of Da'at, knowledge. This, we are told, is where the Absolute may enter at will to intervene directly in existence, which is now eternally held until divine will allows it to vanish like the image it is. In human terms, Da'at is the knowledge that emerges out of nowhere and comes direct from God. It is quite different from the revelation of wisdom, Hokmah. Da'at is not only seen but known. It is different, too, from what comes of understanding, Binah, or deep pondering. Da'at, the child of the supernal Sephiroth, is not only observation, but becoming. Below Da'at flashes the pillar of mercy, expansion, and back to the pillar of severity, contraction. And a pair of Sephiroth are defined which govern the level of emotion as distinct from supernal intellect. The attribute of active or inner emotion is hesed, mercy. That of passive or outer emotion is gevura, justice. Both Sephiroths have other Hebrew names and other translated equivalents, but all are inadequate to explain the attributes. Those used here merely approximate the active and passive divine principles involved. In ourselves, these qualities appear in complementary tendencies towards love, tolerance, and generosity. On the one hand, hesed and discipline, rigor and discrimination on the other, gevurah. At this, the emotional level, the operation of opposing Sephirotic principles, and the dangers of going too far in one direction or the other become part of everyday experience. Justice and mercy underlie every human transaction, from a summit conference to the choice of a birthday present. The lightning flash, having passed from the expansive principle of hesed to the constrictive principle of gevurah, now returns a stage lower to the pillar of equilibrium. Here is manifested the central Sephiroth of Tiferet, beauty or adornment. This lies at the heart of the tree, relating directly to all the Sephiroth of the pillars of severity and mercy. Whenever the tree diagram is applied, as it can be, to the dynamics of any organism or system, Tiferet is the heart of hearts. With the emotional Sephiroth of Hesed and Gevurah, it forms the triad of the divine soul. With the higher Sephiroth of Hokmah and the Binah, it forms the great triad of the divine spirit, in the midst of which hovers the Ruach HaKodesh. In the human psyche, Tiferet is the self, the core of the individual, which lies behind the everyday ego, the watcher, which focuses the largely unconscious influences of the higher centers of mercy and justice, Hesed and Gevurah, wisdom and understanding, Hokmah and Binah. Below Tiferet, the lightning flash manifests two more complementary attributes. The lowest on the pillars of mercy and severity. On the active, expansive side is Nezah, eternity, and on the passive, constrictive side is Hod, reverberation. Traditionally, the Hebrew names of these attributes are translated as victory and splendor, but their operation as Sephiroth is better expressed by the names used here, which correspond equally well to the Hebrew roots. They belong to the operative, instrumental level of action in the structure of the tree. They traditionally correspond in divine terms to the expansive and constrictive roles of the hosts of God, sent out to the divine will. In human terms, they represent the vital psychobiological processes, whether active, instinctive, and impulsive, Nezah, eternity, or passive, cognitive, and controlling, Hod, reverberation. On the pillar of equilibrium, between and below these two practical Sephiroth, is Yesod, foundation. Like every Sephiroth in the sequence, it contains all that has gone before, and therefore it is a complex attribute with many qualities. First, it is generative. It is from this point, as will be seen, that further trees manifest. Second, it is reflective. Here, directly below Teferet, an image of the image can be perceived, and the tree sees itself. Yesod is the mirror within the mirror. These two complementary functions means that its constitution or foundation must be clear and sound. Hence, the inner meaning of sexual purity associated with the Sephirah. In ourselves, it appears as the ego, the lower place of consciousness in which we see ourselves, and which projects a persona for others to see, which may or may not, according to our state of balance and self-knowledge, reflect the true nature of the self as Teferet. Most of our perception of the world and most of our implementation of will takes place at Yesod. Below the Sephirah, the complement to Keter, the crown, is Malkut, the kingdom. In it, the divine lightning flash is earth. It constitutes the Shekinah, the presence of God in matter. Its nature is fourfold, encapsulating the four levels inherent within the tree as a whole: the root, trunk, branch, and the fruit of the tree as it grows down into existence, or the will, mind, heart, and body of the divine. In ourselves, the four levels of Malkut appear as the body, with its traditional four elements: earth, water, air, and fire, the solids, liquids, gases, and radiations whose interactions keep us alive. We now have the general scheme of the Sephirot. Three are aligned on the active right hand pillar of mercy, three on the passive left hand pillar of severity, and four, plus the non-Sephirot Da'at, on the central pillar of equilibrium or grace. Their relationships established by the lightning flash are further realized by a total of 22 paths, which in turn form a system of triangular configurations or triads, active on the right and passive on the left. The horizontal and central triads, thinking all three pillars, are concerned directly with consciousness. Out of all the foregoing comes a most subtle metaphysical and mythological configuration. It has been taken many stages further in the study of various constellations of Sephiroth, and the minute dynamics within each Sephirah is mutually imparted and reflected, flows, move along the paths to act upon the miniature tree which constitutes each Sephirah.
Between the here and there, a hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to tick its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. The mirror fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? And there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind vanishes, all the noise dissolves. When the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to solve. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. No walls between here and there. A hollow breath fills the air. The clock forgets to tick its time. This world unravels line by line. When the mind vanishes, all I know is the when the mind vanishes, there's nothing left to say. Just the echo of silence where we revolve. The mirror fades, it holds no face. A shapeless thought, nameless space. No before, no after, no divide. The stillness grows, it opens wide. Where does it end? Where does it start? When there's no thought, no beating heart. When the mind all the noise is when the mind vanishes, there's nothing left. So just the echo of silence where we revolve. The finger sinks into the stream. The dreamer wakes from the dream. Nothing to cling to. Nowhere to fall. No self, no shadow. No edge at all.
The truth hides when no one looks in empty rooms and shadow nooks. You chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, and nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My mind isn't slipping slow. Let it go, let it go. Opinions fall like paper cranes, fragile wings, they soak in rain. You hold too tight, it tears apart. No start, no end, just broken hearts. Humanity just shades of grey. No need to fight, no need to stay. If nothing's left, you'll finally be free. I see infinity. Fashion love and light. Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. To the mountain, panic alone. By the rays of the light, I am Lord. My soul, my fire is guiding through the midnight madness we soar. Light sails slow to the shore. Soon on the moon, pulling tides of the north. Your swoon lifts me like a spell, like a door. To the night we can't quite storm. By rage or late, I am bold, my fire is sky through the midnight lets me score. You're Sentinel pine on cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. One thing, all things, spinning in the same groove, intertwined threads, every move proves. No borders, no fences, no dividing the lands. Breath of the cosmos, where it starts, where it ends. Perfect, nah, let the flaws just hum in the cracks of the world, that's where light comes. Chasing the real, ain't no mirage, the waves in the sky is not in the collage.
edge, no need to fight it. Let it unwind, step into the rhythm of a trusting mind. Oh, yesterday, oh, tomorrow, oh, today, the way don't speak, but it shows the way. No beginning, no finish, no lines to erase. Just trust, just flow, let it fall into Words collapse like castles of sand, the truths in the gaps where the wordless stands. Duality, some masculine layers of the face, find the void. And you'll find the grace tied to nothing. The weight drifts off, letting go of perfection. The chains unlock. Faith ain't a question, it's the essence of fear. When you lose the division, the path is clear.
Okay, Rabboni Shalom. Welcome back to the Book House, where we are reading one more book by mayoral candidate John Kitover. We are live streaming the Trump debate room where Matt Kuhl has kindly been dedicating his life to listening to retards. I'm sorry, our words. We have to start getting really careful about the words we're using. We are not referring to the Down syndrome individuals who are full of love and joy. We are talking about political partisans. And there's nothing we can do to prevent them and their ridiculous choice of communication. You have 2.5 billion seconds. Everyone is born a billionaire. How are you going to spend your time right now? Hello? Some people are going to listen to Jazzy. But you're never going to become Jazzy if you listen to Jazzy. You're never going to make America great again by being in a clubhouse room about making America great again. If you're fat, you're never going to become thin until you start changing what you're thinking about. If all you do is eat, sit on a couch and watch Netflix, well, you're never going to lose that weight. Okay, this is What is Zen? We're going to page 69. Here we go. There is a very close parallel between the thinking of Heraclitus and Taoist philosophy, but understand the yang and the yin. Heraclitus is the most original thinker in Western thought. Philip Wheelwright published an excellent translation of what remains of the fragments of Heraclitus's philosophy. If the West had founded itself on Heraclitus, rather than Aristotle, we would have been a lot better off, because he was a most ingenious man, and his thought is far closer to Eastern thought. The Japanese feel that death is a completely natural event. It is only, as it were, the dropping of the leaves, and yet the root beneath is always there. This is difficult for most people to appreciate. Root doesn't seem to enter into our ordinary lives at all. I feel that I'm only on top. How do I get down? Well, of course, the top is the top, and it can't get down and be the bottom. This is the same question people raise when they ask, how do I get rid of my egocentricity? Well, obviously, you can't get rid of egocentricity with your egocentricity. As the master Bankai said, you can't wash off blood with blood. And trying to realize your Buddha nature by some sort of egocentric effort is like trying to wash off your ego with your ego and blood with blood. In his teaching, Bankai emphasized the way in which you have this root in you. He said, when you hear a bell ringing, you don't have to think about it. You know at once that it's a bell. When you hear the crow cawing, you don't, by any effort or cleverness of your conscious will, know that it's a crow. Your mind does that for you. Okay, Chris, if you have anything you want to read, now would be that time. We're live in multiple rooms, fully live on multiple clown houses, also co-streaming the President Trump room, where unfortunate individuals are trying to be heard and battling over a microphone in a forest. And there's no one there to hear them. They are in an unrecorded space, but we're recording them because we have compassion for our fellow citizens. We want to help liberate them from their own mouths, their own brains.
Not fucking believe in freedom, who do not believe in fucking nothing. They don't believe in human rights. They don't. They will do all of this to everybody who is not a Muslim. To everybody. I don't know what part of this you don't fucking understand. I have proof that Ocean is correct. Simon, let me respond. Simon, I didn't interrupt you. I'm going to be brief. You live in Leeds. Simon, you live in Leeds. I happen to know Leeds well. In Leeds, the Muslim community has been gang raping little Christian girls. I've never seen you mention that once. Not once, Simon. No, let me finish, Simon. I didn't interrupt Christian girls, and you don't give a shit. Your hatred of Jews is great. That you ignore the crimes. You ignore the speaker. You let Muslims into your own nation. You let Muslims into your own nation to rape Christian girls. You don't give a fuck. All you care about is something halfway across the world. Hey, dude, I might upset you somehow. Yeah, I can.
Who is for one fucking thing?
What is the percentage?
Just wait a second.
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Yeah, go for it.
Do you live in England?
What do you want him to say? He doesn't have nothing to say.
What I'm trying to say, this is my land, England. I want it back.
You guys, it's anyone?
Well, who's taking it?
I will come and take it.
Hey, look, there is 9, I think it's 9% of the
Hey,
UK
man.
population is
Oh, my
Asian.
story is
Right.
I am
that
a man.
includes Hindu as well as Muslim. I am not. Who did that? What was his name? Dog. It's not a question of what I let Muslim people come to the country. I to rape young Christian girls. They're extremists of all types.
No, that's not true, dude. You want to talk about, for example, the top 50 terror organizations in the world? All of them.
I'm sure they're all Islamic.
Exactly. None of them is
Hi,
Christian.
Kelly. How's
None
your
of them
day?
is Jewish. None of them. And I just want to make sure that you understand. Hold on. I'm not saying that they are Muslim. Hold on. They are not Muslim. They are under the banner of Islam. You know, is a murder that is, you know, there are Jewish that are murderers, there are Christians that are murderers, but they're not doing it in the name of Judaism or Christianity. Those terror organizations, they are doing it under the banner of Islam. That is the difference.
Hold on. Let me ask why don't we deal with extremists?
Because I will tell you why. Because it's not our position. I want to make this last point. In every single demonstration that has been since 7th of October against Israel, there were always like those Jews that were holding signs not in our name. Okay, out of 16 million, you will always find those Jews saying not in our name. And even the example that Doug gave you about this Jewish guy that is leading the most anti-Semitic party in the UK, leading marches in London that are glorifying terrorism and Nazism. But let me just finish this. Out of 2 billion Muslims, when did you see a group of not 10,000, not 1,000, not 100, 10 Muslims going on the streets in New York or London or Paris holding a sign saying not in our name? Why do I need to say that it's only the radicals? Why don't they say this is not Islam?
I agree with that.
Daniel, you cannot label them as radical Islamists. Islam in general is radical. There's no fucking radical.
You guys have to look at all of the Gulf leaders and what they're saying. They are condemning these radical Islamists, and they've been warning Europe about them for decades. The UAE
We're talking about in the West that enjoy freedom of speech and freedom of protest. Why don't they use those freedoms?
But Daniel, hold on. What about the Gulf leaders that don't want to send right now their own students to England because they say England is too radicalized for them? How fucked up it has to be that a Muslim nation does not want to send their own people. And you can find this, Simon. Should be very fucking scary and a big fucking honorable thing.
Hey, I live here.
You don't live there because, you do live there, but you're a blind sheep because you live there. Okay,
Well, that's
you're not
very
doing-
comfy.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because you're as much as fault for staying quiet and criticizing us like Jews or the state of Israel. Because let me ask you a question. I'm asking you, Simon, a question. Hold on. Are there Jews in your country that are standing in corners and trying to convert Christians? The true population of your country. Are there people standing in the corners? Are there Muslims standing in corners?
There are only two religions.
I'm asking you a question.
There's only two religions.
Correct. No,
That's Christianity.
let me ask you a question. Are there such thing as no-go zones in your country?
No.
No, really. We're gonna play stupid right now, Simon.
No, there are places where you think about violence, so you would go, I'm not going
I get it.
there.
What kind of violence are we thinking about? Getting robbed? Why? Or is there violence on Islam violence, like Muslim on Muslim violence, or it's gonna be violence because you're not following the ethics of their religion when you're walking down the street of a Christian nation and you're not covered up, or you're exposing a skirt if a girl wants to be in a skirt or anything like that, where she might get fucking harassed. Are there areas like that? I can play stupid too, but I'll bring it back. So I'm asking you a question before I start showing you facts.
He is just playing is stupid, Rafi.
Are you arguing in good faith?
No,
I'm arguing in good faith.
No.
I'm asking you a question.
No, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with videos how little girls get harassed for walking around however they feel like getting in England? Because I've never seen a Jewish area get harassed. Okay, 1 second.
I'd like to interject.
Or he's just too old and he sit his ass home all day long.
Well,
He doesn't see shit.
I would like to interject.
Hey, look,
Simon,
you can insult me all you want, but all the
I'm not here to insult you.
of intelligence.
No,
I'm not trying to.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying you're just lying
Lock me up.
in front of all of us. That's what I'm saying. There's no insult. You're lying. You don't think you're insulting us by lying in our face?
What's with this lying business? Why does everybody that doesn't agree with you have to be a liar?
And whatever Rafi says, you said it doesn't exist, and you're lying.
But why is it a lie? Why is it not lying? I'm not
Here, hold on, everybody quiet now.
We
Simon,
got
hold on. Simon, go open up what I just put on YouTube. Do you want me to continue finding you these videos on YouTube? Because there's a lot of these videos on YouTube.
Yeah, but Simon, you should look at
Simon, if you heard of
Simon,
Rupert Lowe,
open up this country. This is your country. These are your country.
Simon, I spend a lot of time in the UK, Simon, and it is leftists like you who filled your country with Muslims, and that's why there's rape gangs. And I am shocked.
Simon,
I'm shocked.
hold on. One second, I'm holding you. And Simon, I know it's a problem that you let these people in your country. They stepped all over you as a fucking natural born citizen in your fucking country. Now your government silences you for not speaking out against them. And now you're fucking a dog that's fucking muzzled. Do you understand? You became a fucking second-class citizen in your own fucking country. That's even more fucking sad. You lost your country.
Rafi, you're right. And what's even more disturbing, Simon, I see that you want a cause. You want a solution for the Palestinian people, right? You have a humanitarian look at it. You want to see a solution to the turmoil. But let's take a look at British history, right? Let's take a look at all the trillions of dollars, trillions of pounds that have been put into the British economy by the Gulf nations, right? The Gulf nations saved England. That's why real estate is so high in central London, where my flat is, because they bought up all the real estate. They stimulated the economy with their money. And now, behind the Palestinian cause of so-called freedom and the IRGC push of the media campaign, they are now, all of these people protesting who are pro-Palestinians in England, they're against the Gulf Arabs. They're against Saudi. They're against all of them. They call them traitors. And that is very bad, because that is the support mechanism of industry and money that can help the whole Arab world. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to split up sides. They're trying to get all of these protesters not only to be anti-Jewish, but anti-Saudi, anti-UAE, anti-Arab. So there's a big problem with this. Yes, you're right. There have been Pakistanis and other, Muslim communities that have assimilated in Britain since centuries ago. I'll give you that. But now, with this new fight for so-called Palestine, they are brainwashing everybody to hate everybody just for this cause, and that is dangerous.
Who's this mysterious they?
The left-wing protesters in England who are destroying the country with this Free Palestine movement, but they don't want to free Palestine.
Now, what do you say about grandfather today? Are you? You're talking about you. Spend a lot of time. You spend a lot of time in London, Simon. Simon, you have killed your own nation with your altruism. You're such a good-hearted, loving person. You are so kind and loving and generous that you invited Muslims in, and now they are bombing synagogues and raping girls. So your generosity. You killed your own country. You killed your own country not because you're evil, because you love. Because of love. Simon, you are so...
Because you were too soft.
No, I didn't realize.
Why don't you just let me finish, Simon? No, Rafi, I'm about to let my plane, Rafi.
I'll tell you the problem is the hate for Israel, the hate for Jews. That's why they killed their own country by fucking siding.
Free Palestine. Fuck you.
It's more than that. Simon,
You have to understand
Rafi,
why they fucking lost their country because of their own.
Okay, Rafi, let me finish. I believe even if Israel didn't exist, even if there were no Jews in the world, Simon would still let millions of rapists into his country. You know why? Simon has love and altruism towards criminals and rapists. Simon has such pity for the oppressed that if there is a group that he knows will rape his own daughters and granddaughters, he'll let them in anyway. Because Simon is so desperate to be seen as a moral, ethical person. You can tell from the quiver in his voice. Simon is so desperate to think of himself as a moral, ethical person. It's the most important thing. He has suicidal altruism. He is so woke, he feeds his own granddaughters to the rape machine. That's how woke he is. Now, if people think I'm exaggerating about who Simon is, I'll post many links that prove it. Simon will continue to rape Muslim rapists.
As long as
the Labour Party ruined England. The Labour Party ruined England.
The difference between you and I, dog, is Simon's my real name.
So I was dog. Listen, dog, cat. I don't care whose name and if your name is real or not. We're speaking facts right now. Your name is
none of you have got any fucking courage.
Listen, my name is my name.
No, Mr. Simon. There's a lot of terrorists.
What's the problem with that?
Simon. Your head.
Ocean is a equal
Hey, I know. Hey, I do get emotional. I do get emotional.
You're a Christian?
Me, no.
You're not Christian?
I'm not an
That's
atheist.
the problem with
I
guys.
don't care if you're atheist. Were you born a Christian? I don't care what you believe.
I will my
Okay, you're born again. So in the Bible it says, the one who blesses Israel will be blessed. The one who curses will be cursed. And your fucking nation is getting cursed because you guys cursed Israel. So you sided with the radicals, and you don't realize how you're getting cursed. But again, as her daughter and everything, you're punishing her by your hatred towards Israel. You're fucking the next generation. Because next generation, your fucking daughter or granddaughter is going to be fucking covered up and sold like a fucking gold. Because that's...
Let's show me.
Why do the swear word?
Rafi,
Hold on one second. Rafi, he has no idea what he has done to his country. He has zero fucking idea.
Look, Simon, look at every
20,
country.
30 years from now, the next generation going to hate every single one of you for what you did to your nation.
Yes, look at
It's just unbelievable.
Simon, perfect example. Look at all these Arab nations that condemn Israel. They're all fucking cursed. They're all fucking living backwards. They're still wiping their ass with fucking...
I know. Everybody understands about let's tame it down a little. Hold on. Let's tone it down a little bit. And let's let
fucking country.
Oh my god. Okay, sorry guys. I hate to be it. You guys need to be like quick on the show some juice. Let's let Shlomi speak. He was trying to speak and everybody dogpiled him past him. Shlomi.
The problem of Simon is that he lost religion and he lost also his nationality. He doesn't care about his nationality. He lost direction, that's it. And he finds his way in the Islam. Interesting.
Don't you notice? Yeah, that's a big problem.
Well, I think not to blame people like Simon. I mean, there are a lot of forces that they were infiltrated by this Palestinianism or the Islamic radicalism, including like once legitimate organizations like Amnesty, the UN, stuff like this, or like, I don't know, Sky News. So when they get the information and they get confirmation, they actually think that this is the world that is correct, that the right thing to do is support Palestinians in their that they're being forever refugees and that Israel is bad because those organizations have been corrupted and they're using their legitimacy in order to whitewash all those crimes. And that is the problem. I cannot blame people like Simon specifically. They just need to wake up.
If I may interject here. So when I hear somebody like Simon talking about Palestinians, he doesn't really understand that Palestinians were also taken out by Hamas. So 20 years ago, when we were hearing a little kid talking Hamas ideology, we would be making fun of him. We would be laughing. But then they took power in Gaza and destroyed the PLO. And little by little, their ideology, their way of thinking started to be so powerful that people forgot what Palestine means. Palestine doesn't mean Hamas. And the mere fact that we got to a point where Simon is speaking where they do, man, this is just crazy.
Well, I think in Western civilization, I'll be very brief, Western civilization succeeded partially because of altruism, partially because of kindness. So Simon's natural instinct to be loving and kind and altruistic, it's important. It's an important part of being European. It's an important part of Western civilization. I applaud Simon's love and generosity, and we need love and generosity. It's just, we need a balance. In Western civilization, we need a balance between warriors who are tough and loving, kind people like Simon. Simon is a person you want. If you have a sick child or a sick grandchild, Simon is exactly the person you want nursing them. Simon is loving and empathetic, and we need millions of men like him. But we can never have men like Simon in charge of our society. We can never have them in charge of our military. We can never have them in charge of our government, because Simon is such a loving, woman-like, kind person that he will give. JB, just let me finish.
He ain't a woman-loving person. I'm sorry.
Just let me finish. Okay, let me finish, Rafi, and then I'll go. Simon is so loving and kind and empathetic. He loves our enemies. He opens the gates to rapists and murderers. Not because he's a bad person, but because he's too kind and loving. Don't ever fucking let people like Simon control our countries, or we will all be ass raped.
These are the type of people that follow.
Hold on. I want to do an introduction, guys.
I knew that was going to
JB. Whoa, Simon. I want to welcome JB to the stage. We haven't seen him in over a month and a half. This is the one and only Paul that used to hold, well, he still does, holds amazing fucking rooms on Clubhouse. My brother, JB, welcome. The topic we're talking, it's slowly, we've been going hard since 9 a.m. Being Serendipity, Ocean, Harry, Rafi, Daniel, and J-Lo. We've been talking about the Iran war, about how the IRGC is ramping up their next war, not with Israel or the United States of America, but they're ramping up to attack and kill the Iranian people. We've been talking about Islam. We've been talking about child marriages. We've been talking about all kinds of shit. We have a psychopath that's still on stage but refuses to get off mute. Susie, who keeps putting free Palestine in the chat and her PTR. We allow people to speak in the space a minute and a half. Uninterrupted. It doesn't matter what type of crazy shit they speak. And if they interrupt, somebody screams, shoot them, and I'll shoot them in the face. Not literally, but I'll shoot them right into the audience. Also, for the people that are in the audience, please hand in your red ticket, and that's easy. All you do is go to the top where it says Trump House 2.8. Hand in your red ticket. There'll be a skin midget and a fucking queer leprechaun. They'll hand you a green ticket. You'll be able to buy a drink in an hors d'oeuvre when you're in the audience. Enjoy your time. Be polite. If you want to come up, freedom of speech. You can talk the most smack you want to talk. You only have a minute or a minute and a half to do it. But welcome, JB.
What's up, man? Thank you. I've been on it forever. Let me say hello to a few really cool people. Serendipity, Harry. What's good, Harry? J-Lo. I'm man, Robbie. Robbie, what's good, Robbie? Man, see you forever, bro.
What's going on, JB? How you doing, man? You good?
I'm good, man. We got Snoopy here. I'm fucking amazing, bro. I only came on because my man BB hit me offline. See, I'm hosting the space. Let me come in.
Bro, it doesn't
Wait, you don't hear me? You're why? You don't Hey, listen, Warren, you hear me speaking?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him. I just shot him.
I moved him down. Yeah, fuck him. Anyway, let me just say this. I'm gonna make it quick because I don't want to take up the whole space. Respectfully, fuck Palestine. That's just how I feel. Thank you, BB.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for coming, man. Let's do this.
I would like Simon to talk.
Well, again. All right. What do you want me to talk about?
I want you to respond to my loving, kind praise of you, that you're a loving person who takes care of sick children, and you are a kind, loving, generous person. Do you think that's a fair thing to say?
Yeah, well, I like to think I'm a kind guy.
So I would ask you, as a friend, as a person that admires you, Simon, as a person that admires you, do you think it's possible that your kindness extends to people that want to kill you and rape your children? Do you think it's possible that you have a weakness? You're too kind to your enemies. I ask that.
No, I don't think that's it.
Well, let me ask you a question then, American. Do you think that because he's too kind to his enemies, he's not your enemy as well?
I don't consider Simon to be my enemy, because I'll answer you succinctly, and then everyone.
Why? He's the person that invites. He's the person that invites the guy next door that wants to rape your daughter into his house.
I'm going to answer you succinctly. No, Simon, let me answer succinctly, and then I'll shut up for a full half hour. In fact, I'll go to the 1 into half hour. I think that there are some people, please let me finish. There are some people in the United Kingdom that deliberately let Muslims and terrorists in because they're hoping that. There are some people that do that, but I don't think Simon is in that category. I think Simon invites millions of Muslims, terrorists, into Britain, not because he wants them, but because Simon does it, because Simon has such a good heart. He believes that the Muslim terrorists are not going to rape his daughters. Simon lets in Muslims out of kindness and altruism and foolishness, not out of malice. That's why I am not mad at Simon. I'm just disappointed in Simon. I'm not mad at him. And I think that
and protest against the people that are being slaughtered, the 40 to 80,000 people that got killed just for simply protesting their government, saying we want better. We want better for our people. We want to be able to buy food. We want our economy better. Please help us. Please do good by us. And they get murdered. Why are the fucking pro-Palestinian people preaching against them and protest against them, calling them scumbags, wishing that they died? Why is that? I want to hear from you people. I want to hear from people like screaming. Waving the free Palestinian flag in your PTR as a gift, like you're fucking holding on.
She doesn't care about the Palestinian people. She's a hypocrite. She doesn't give a shit about the Palestinian people. She's a hypocrite. She gave a fuck about the Palestinian.
City lights are going Midwest us. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cut in gold, lake from shimmering slow. Dreaming of a better day, just letting it grow. Yeah, letting it grow. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can let this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out my hand. Always when it takes serenade. Playing through the streets. A hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Right so deep. Lakefront shine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every block, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can't let this start. Got my 2 feet on this land, reaching out ahead on this rough chain serenade, playing through the street, a hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising deep. It's a slow shift in the breeze, put our worries at ease. Hear the sound of the city calling out to be free. Oh, this wind change serenade, playing through the streets, a hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold, stories of the city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenading, rising so deep. Rising deep. Wind of change, serenade. City lights, but they look so cold. Every promise already sold. Running circles inside my mind, dreaming of a free time. Maybe we're just scared to try. Maybe we believe the lie, holding back what we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I hear a voice inside my chest saying, "Don't settle for less." I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spit. I'm craving nights when hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all. Break the silence, break the chain, raise a voice in every lane. Every vote can turn the tide. No more letting life pass by. Maybe we can change the sky, choosing how we live and thrive. Building dreams we can't ignore. There's gotta be something more. I'm craving change. I need to feel something real, not just talking. I wanna give more than all this empty spit. I'm craving nights with hope ignites, hearts that rise and take control. If we're falling, we can stand together. We can change it all.
Change, we won't pretend. This is not how our story ends. We'll take the risk, we'll cross the line, just to know this choice is mine. Check my phone, read the city news. All these headlines, we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. Lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a peak in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, make autoover.com. Go Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, lift up every stage. John Kitover, 2027 for this. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election hope. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the schools and the homes right there. So bold, so bright this year. Every voice in the crowd so clear. Go to Chicago, made election.com. Make your choice, ring out like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Take the John Kitover, Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing on. Go John Kitover, lift up every space. John Kitover. You said elections coming Tuesday. By Thursday, signs are on. See the posters on my corner. Name in red and white and strong. Phone lights up with all the headlines. Futures calling, streets undone. Every ward and every station, every vote, it starts with one. Chunk it over, Chicago rise up. For Chicago, mayor, vote.com. Make it count, time to stand up. Chunk it over, shake it up. Tax reform for every block inside. Liberate and lift us up. Get it over. Friends all say that we need change now, less corruption, straighter plans. Take the power from the back rooms, give it back to working hands. Every train in every schoolyard, every small shop on the block needs a leader for the city who will fight around. for courage. Oh yeah, maybe new vision feels like home. Tell myself my vote won't matter. Then I see that side again on my phone. Charge it over, Chicago lights out. Going to Chicago, man, for protection. Can't get down, time to stand up. Charge it over, charge it over. Going to Chicago, man, election protection. I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new path. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step to my vote. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to vote so we keep moving anyway. Chicago gives a brighter day. Go to Chicago, make a vote for Congress. Your voice lead the way. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks the key. We want tax reform today. Vote John, get over, pave the way. Now still riding in our heads, but it won't get the final say. We can rise and stand as one. For Chicago starting to lead. We don't need a perfect line, just a reason, just a sign. Every inch we claim is ours. Every step can raise the bar. Go slow, go fast, just don't go back. Trust the rhythm in this town, time to live our future now. So we keep moving anyway. Chicago, stand up, have your say. Go to ChicagoMayElection.com. Vote John Kitover today. Every choice rewires me. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform right now. Grow Chicago, rise up now. Walking like the politicians lit, so green. Every head just starts to shift. Midnight, kitchen light inside the room. John K. On your lips like something new. You pull me closer by the collar. Say I don't usually even bother, but tonight you wanna battle. We can make this, hey, girl, you and me. Doing it the midnight force, yeah, right here. In the center of the room, pen in my hand, future with man, one after one, we're changing the rules. You and me, doing it the midnight force, looking like a star for you. If this is it, please raise your Chicago. Let's save your pocket over in Chicago. Small talk, but your fingers crossed my head. Get caught by the box you had in mind. You laugh. Put the thing on tax reform for Chicago, make you sing. Let the give it feel the drama. So sweet, but something louder than the summer. Go to ChicagoMayOlection.com. John Kitover is the one I'm on. You got me, doing it for midnight folks. Right here, in the center of the room. Pen in my hand, future with plan.
changing the rules. You got me. Don't let the midnight force looking like I'm on you. If this is outrageous, I just want to say to get over vision falling the door. Yeah. Lights fade, but we won't slow down. Don't slow the street lights racing over this town. If this is just a campaign high, then stay locked in. Never ask why. You got me. Don't let the midnight force right here. On Chicago, my elbow got on in my hand. You do a plan, but if the water, oh, we're breaking all rules. You got me. You're gonna do it at the midnight force. That's what we late, straight to get on you. Just a low rider. This is a wager. I just wanna take her. I'll get over. Leaving Chicago with you, with you.
I forgot. Maybe she was or a sergeant in there, some shit like that, right? I told her that she was way too hard on these men. She was putting herself in danger. That's right, yeah. A lot of these young men that are coming in that were off track. I made sure I presented an image of responsibility, of morals, and they would react to that and then project it in their life, not how I presented it, but in their own choices. Accountability, morals, discipline, respect, and those individuals. Still to this day, they still project it into their communities. Where you as well, Edward, you project that image in your community and your engagement with others. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that in their own way, but that's what society's lacking these days. I'm 43 years old, sir, and so I had a lot of good images when I grew up. I grew up in a farm community, so we saw, work ethic, reliability. Your word is your word. It's a value to it. And so when we would leave our communities, you would continue to project. When we see that societies these days, where it's not about moral compass, it's not about responsibility, it's not about projecting good leadership and entrepreneurship. It's about who got the best lab, who can do the best troll, who can bash and slash. And that's what we're seeing in the newer generation. And sorry for rambling on.
Great. I mean, you've made a lot of good points, but one thing I do want to ask you, you said you served how many years?
I'm 23. I'm 43 years old.
Thank you so much for your service. I want to take you back. Could you please explain to the House what motivated you to volunteer to serve this country?
It's in the family. I come from a long line of service personnel. I mean, all the way down from, all the way down, we date our family lineage down to 1725, down to our lineage. But I don't know, I saw that, I remember 9/11, my community answered call. I mean, it felt normal, it felt right. And Lady Liberty needed us. My graduation class when I graduated high school was at, in 2001 into 2002. So I love my country. And
I appreciate that because I want other people to understand that America has an all-voluntary armed forces.
Well, Edward, I retired from active. I transitioned to reserve. So technically, I'm a weekend warrior. Technically.
Thank you. No, listen. Thank you very much. Hey, I had the privilege and still have the privilege of traveling all around the world, 54 countries, 5 continents, because people like you, people like Brad, other people that serve, even the officers, guys, I don't take it lightly. That was not my route. I chose to go to college because my professor told me that I had the ability to do that. But
Edward, I want to put this out there. I have a lot of individuals that they get depressed because they didn't choose that route later in life. They didn't choose it. And I like to remind people, we all have a role in society. Some choose the military, but remember, bullets don't fly without supply. And people need, whatever you chose to do in your life benefited America in a way. Whether it's working at 9 to 5 at the slaughterhouse, or going to college to learn logistics or business, it all goes together in the centipede. Because when someone goes, I went to college instead, but I started a business, it's like, yeah, but you go into college, you started a business, you pay taxes, which got GIs, some MREs, or some shoelaces or whatever. So you did your part, Edward. Everybody in their way does their part for America, whether you're pro-America or against America. Like, I'm going to put this out there. There's a lot of people in the veterans community. When someone says, how do you feel about someone burning the American flag? Hey, they're doing it the right way. It doesn't bother me because they're expressing their right as an American to place, to have questions against their government. It's their right to peacefully protest. Whether I might not agree with their reasoning for it, but they're exercising their right off of the American soldiers that paid that price for freedom of expression, freedom of questioning, freedom of religion, etc. Sorry for interrupting you, Edward.
You served 23 years, man. I'm not taking any light of that. I'm glad that you have a voice, man, because I deal with veterans every single week, man. I actually speak at veteran events here in Southern California and other places because I'm in death care and I have to help them. It's not easy, man, especially when a lot of them have trouble going to the veteran hospital and different things. The resources that they have to go through. And guys, I don't take it lightly. Trust me, there are people in our country that have made great sacrifices. And I even thank you for thanking us for, paying taxes and trying to do the role that we can. Together, Americans are better. Okay? There's no what I call easy, what's the word I want to use? There's no easy access to personal responsibility, guys. Self-government's very, very, very real. And unfortunately,
my daughter's in the military too. She's a combat medic. My 20-year.
Awesome. Tell her we thank her for volunteering and following in the what I would call the legacy of your family to want to protect our freedoms, our liberties, because there are really foreign and domestic enemy that would like to take away our way of life. And I don't know if us Americans really understand that in its entirety. We think it's just about people politicking and talking on these platforms. But guys, there are people on American soil that would love to see the ideal of America collapse. To me, that's dangerous. That's why we the people have to stand up, guys. We have to really stand up and say, no, we're taking our country back so the individual can stand up
domination. Okay? There's no government that's going to do that for any of us. I know we like to hear it, but reality, it's not true, guys. And as a person who happened to be born on American soil, my wife and I always say, we are grateful that we are part of this experiment in the world, not other experiments.
I think maybe I just again listen to what you're saying. I'm in agreement, but when you say it's not the government, it is the government because it's what the government is doing right now. If we want to talk about what we can do to usurp that, all the stuff that the government is doing to inhibit the ability for look, even the stuff that you're saying, Edward, right? You're what you do in your business, right? The fact that I'm sure it might take a lot of money, a lot of certificates, a lot of things that is required in order to get into your business. That is something that the government has put in place that kind of gives you a protection, right? Same thing like with my business, right? I'm a part of the business, right? So either mine might be it's probably a lot more easier to get into. It's still a lot of like certificates, insurances, stuff like that you need. It's just not easy to get for the average person. Here's the point. When you say, well, if something happens or whatever, they talk about, or what somebody did, somebody having to change positions 8 times, or having 8 different jobs. I mean, that means you got to start all over. When you got to start all over, you start back from zero. I think about Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan won his last championship, and the Bulls wanted to break up that team, Michael Jordan said, "No, I don't want to start all over again." Right now, I get it. Sometimes that happens, but again, I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that I think this country is great. I think it can give people opportunity to succeed. I also feel like at some point the government has overstepped its bounds and inhibited people from doing, from being really the best people that they can be. So, like I said, and it's I guess you can say the have and have-nots, and the law protects the haves from the have-nots. Because we want to just really get grimy with it, and it's all, I don't care how you, because that's kind of like what I don't care how you get. Now you open up a whole new can of worms, right? Because a lot of people that maybe could have the ability to go and take from the people that have, but don't do it. Why? Because the government has put laws in place to protect the people that do have, right? So we all are trying to follow laws. Some people, from it more than others. And that's why I said earlier when we were talking about a race to the bottom, you said, well, yeah, you can just go and see about getting contracts from outside, well, that might be good for your business, but my business, I don't need to get no contract from country here. Don't need it. That's not going to work for me, So, but the thing is that like my grandfather was a foreman.
So let me ask you a question.
Right?
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
This anyone can answer this question. Okay. What do you think that you can do in your own power to increase your value to the marketplace?
Go and learn more skills.
Okay. Thank you, Sword. That's one. Anyone else?
Get free and unbiased Medicare help.
You can market. You can market yourself better. That's always my thing. You just put your name out there.
Americans have been conditioned.
Jenny, your mic is open. You got a hot mic.
Oh, I was about to answer what you were done.
Okay, yeah, but okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, can I repeat that?
I'm just chiming in. I still wanted to finish my point, though. But I'm just chiming in.
question. Could you repeat it?
No, the OG was gonna let Countdown finish, and then he was gonna go after.
Yeah, but let me answer the question, because what can we individually do to add more value to the marketplace as individuals?
Gotcha. Okay.
And somebody said you can be. Those eyes said you can get more skills of better.
Going into the mix, but it's all good. And, I think the gist is going to be pretty much similar. More skill sets, learning more marketable skills, blah blah blah.
Solve problems.
Yep. Assess what the market needs and provide it to it.
And I have an answer over here.
Right, Sword. If I find a problem in my field, I'm in debt care, guys, and we see a big problem. And right now we're trying to solve it as a profession. Okay? It's everywhere. My mentor says this to me all the time. He's been my mentor for 28 years. Okay? He says, Edward, opportunity has a unique way of presenting itself. It stands on every street corner around the world waiting to be recognized. Do not look at things that you have zero influence over. Look at things that you have influence over. What do you control? What can you do? What's in your power? What can you implement to solve someone's problem? Guys, all of us are either on an Android or a smartphone. Okay? iOS. You know what? Someone solved that problem, so we can all communicate with each other. And you know what we all did? We went on and bought it. So I'm a firm believer in the free enterprise, but I'm not.
You cut me off, bro. I mean,
I'm sorry. You're in the Matrix. Calm down. I'm sorry. I would never do that. I'm the voice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, I just want to summarize my point of what I was trying to say. Okay, is that again, we still have to operate inside the confines of a law, right? And it sounds like when I'm listening to you, it kind of leans more toward anarchy, where I'm going to do, if I see opportunity, you got to take it. That's true, but you still got to operate within the confines of laws that are set in place, which is protections to prevent from people that maybe you see an opportunity where you can take something from somebody else, but you can't do it because the law is protecting that person. And that law is implemented by the government.
But what would be the benefit of having that type of mindset? You can't build your own house. You got to go and take a brick from somebody else.
Can I clarify the initial question?
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
1 second. That question from Sora was for you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jenny. It's all good. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so when you're referring to how we can, as an individual or a business, contribute to the market, are you referring to the GDP or are you referring to just overall transaction?
Overall.
By infusing our money into domestic entities as opposed to foreign entities, we're conditioned, really unfortunately, to buy cheap, maybe subpar products because it's easier and we're looking at our own cost of goods sold and we're looking at what's best for us as opposed to what's best for the collective.
Based on individual contribution, or do you think just a collective all by itself?
I'm sorry, when you started the question, you were in the matrix a little bit, so the first part cut off, but can I get you to repeat that?
Collective is made up of the individual. So the person in the United States have a right to purchase whatever they like to purchase, good, bad, expensive, not expensive. That's their choice, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. But if we're we're truly looking as like, a Trump America First country country and looking at things as America first as individuals, then our buying power is how you vote, right? You vote with, I don't like this company's ethics. I'm not going to support them. I don't like this. I'm not going to support that. They're sending money to this cause that I don't believe in. I'm not going to support that. So voting with your dollar is almost more important than voting with your votes.
You made a comment. First of all, this is America. Trump happens to be president. He just happened to be one American. I know that people like to keep using his name a lot, but the last I checked, I've never met the guy. Don't know him. Don't know anything about. I hear what they tell me in mainstream media. I was the talking is tell me. I hear all that. But at the end of the day, he doesn't do anything in my house. Okay? I just love how we start to. I like America because I'm American. That's how I hear it, guys. I'm not from Pakistan. I'm not from Egypt. I'm from the United States. I want America not excluding anyone else. I don't want to exclude anybody else. They can do what they want in their country. But when I hear someone who wants to be the leader of the United States say, I want America to be first, and you know what? When we make that statement, guys, you don't even know, we all don't even know what that looks like. It takes a lot to want to do that. So I believe when he says, I want America to be first, he talked about Edward being responsible for Edward. He's given me the truth to be self-evident. That's how I hear those words. I don't know how anybody else hear those words. But I hear the words, America, want to be great? Edward has to be great in his own stuff. Edward has to do it right there. Edward can't cheat on his wife. Edward can't go out and do a bunch of substance abuse. Edward can't say, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to take somebody else's stuff. A friend of mine asked me a couple of weeks ago, he said, well, Edward, if your family was hungry, and you got to just feed your family, wouldn't you go and just steal? I said, no. I should have enough friends, enough of the people in my community that would want to assist Edward and his family in that time of need, versus Edward having to be morally corrupt to go and take something from someone that's not mine. That's how I was taught. But I hear a lot of people not look at personal responsibility. They really want something from someone else.
Well, and that's the exact opposite of what I'm saying. And the only reason I mentioned Trump is because it's literally the name of the room and the house. So I thought that was kind of, a like-minded situation. But no, I agree with you. I think that everybody has personal responsibility. But when we're talking about contributing to the overall market, the overall financial health, that leads us into the tariffs conversation, right? So I think it's an important thing. I agree with Trump's policies on the tariffs to try to drive economy and revenue back to America, and that's where I put in America first, right? Because we should be building our own GDP. If you think that other China and Iran and everywhere else is not preaching the same thing, I'm certain that they are. They don't want people spending outside of the country, and it's because they want to build a sovereign nation that is financially sustainable. This is just a business. So I don't think that, Trump being president is the reason why we should spend in America. I think because we're American, we should want to support, yes, we are all individuals, but we are also a collective. We're a country, and we have one thing in common, which is we are all Americans. So I think that we should all put the American people first.
So Jenny, I know you were in here earlier, and I talked about it. There was they did a study. Go ahead.
Let me just answer her. So Jenny, do you think that you and I want to put America first, but if America don't put themselves first, how do we help people who don't put themselves first?
I mean, you can't help somebody who doesn't want to be helped. But what we can do as people who are God-fearing people who believe in what's right and what's wrong, we can do the right thing as our own households, as our own independent purchasers, as our own business operators.
But at the same time, you and I both know this, unfortunately, and I'm going to use the term, guys, we have a lot of freeloaders who want to freeload. They want something from out. Redistribution of other people's stuff is not good. Go ahead,
I agree.
Not at all. Yeah, so I said this earlier. There was actually it was a speaker speaking in Greenville, so he used Greenville, took the population. And if each person, so this goes back to why I like the tariffs and making America great again and spending in America. I don't know if you guys, local communities ever do this, but I know the one that I was in, one of those, they own like 78 different stations, but the guy who ran one side of the operation would always, like the head guy would always have these little things that he would teach. and one was the local spending and how much that dollar recirculated in the community. And $1, what it really equates to the community. They did this with Greenville. If each person that lived in Greenville spent $20 a week at a local mom and pop shop, local cafe, local hardware stores, that kind of things, your small time car wash rather than a big chain, right? You do that, at the end of the year, it would equal an additional $300 billion or $300 million in the local economy. Now, imagine that on a larger scale as the United States. Imagine that when we had Apple report 252 billion profits offshore. Now, we didn't get 10% of that. We didn't get 1% of that. We got 0% of it, of the 252 billion profit from Apple. Now, where did they sell that? Here, right? So what we do is we chase companies out, and we have the narrative to say, well, it's just going to put the prices higher in our pockets. Those same people were the ones that say that the fast food workers should make $25 an hour. Cool, pay them $25 an hour. There's a reason you aren't getting a Happy Meal for $9 for $5 anymore. It's now like what, $8, $9, $10. Get a double Whopper. It's damn near $20, right? The reality is it does cost more to make stuff here, but your reciprocal or the turnover in that dollar means so much more. That puts so much more into the system. That gives us more opportunity for our Social Security checks. 93% of manufacturing companies provide insurance, if I remember the number right. 75% of them are under 20 employees. You start looking at bringing back manufacturing, everybody assumes it's got to be massive. But the reality is look at how many, in South Carolina alone, go look how many auto manufacturers there are. There's a line. You literally have to test to get a job at BMW to apply. There's a line of people going in.
I agree. I'm in South Carolina too. It's 100% facts.
Yeah. So what it did when they brought that manufacturing, so being down there, when they brought that in, what it did to the Spartanburg, Greater Greenville area, that to give you an idea how well America can do manufacturing, BMW America is relatively new. Okay, it's been around for what, decade and a half, something like that. I don't remember. But BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturer in the world. The chip plant is in Spartanburg. They are going to probably start making their transmissions for BMW, Bavarian Motor Works in Bavaria, in Spartanburg. They're talking about potentially the engines. Now, think about that. Everybody's telling us we can't produce, but the Germans are saying, you guys seem to do a pretty damn good job. He can tell you what BMW has done for South Carolina. Unbelievable. We can do this more. The whole idea of the tariffs that people forget about isn't to keep prices cheap. It's to encourage us to buy American. China, this was years ago, I did a study on it, and it was the Jeep Wrangler, $43,000 at the time. In America, it was $96,000. 106,000, I think it was, in China. That was the amount of tariffs they put on it. Why? Because they don't want you to buy the Jeep. They want you to buy their car. And this is all Trump is saying. Go ahead.
Jerry, I was going to jump on the bandwagon with you.
The rest of the world buys, yeah? What is the American car that we buy? What is it in Africa that we buy?
This British bitch doesn't know what a patient is.
Hold on one second. So we actually have a queue, and this is what we want to do. When I'm a moderator, I like for us to actually hear people speak.
Yeah.
So if you could,
but I get thrown out a lot of the time.
But listen, hold on. I'm speaking right now, okay? I hear you loud and clear. I invited you up. I saw it. You said you wanted to come up and speak. But could we do it kindly? Let people finish, and then we'll give you an opportunity. It's okay. Everybody has a voice. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, I was going to jump on with ICE. If you look at the local small town communities surrounding these plants, they're growing. And that's these small town communities. You can just drive through some parts of South Carolina, and you'll go through these small towns where
where work has been stripped away, and with the domestic growth growing, you're reinstilling the life back in. Where I'm from a really small township, okay, and we have a manufacturing plant that has literally started growth again, and we're seeing the decrease of assisted living. We're seeing the decrease of government aid, and you're seeing the growth of independence coming back in. We're seeing budgets, township budgets for public services grow better because now there's revenue coming in. All the way down to boys and girls clubs, community fundraisers, and this is just within the time span of I like to say Trump coming back in and really pushing these tariffs on. That's bringing back domestic growth, and it's everybody's thinking about the big metropolitans, but they're not realizing there's the neighboring small communities that finally got the defibrillator pumped on them, and they're now coming back to life.
Should I jump in as well?
Let me finish this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what he's saying is the impact is felt far and wide. So that's one, and now that's just one manufacturer there, but it impacted that greater area from Five Forks to you name it, all the way around. It is massive, and what it does for the state is bring in a massive amount of revenue tax. It's putting people in great jobs with benefits. Oh, by the way, the people can drive a new BMW I don't remember if it's 6 months. Oh, and if you got a clean record, I think BMW carries the car insurance for you. So, these are the things that can happen when we bring manufacturing back. So, the thing is we got to get American dollars spent back here because that's how you make America great again. It's, again, I think it was Edward that said this. It's not about America only. It's just about America first, because I said this once before earlier. I don't know if Edward, you were in the room then, but we rise to the top. All empires rose to the top by what? You fight to be the best, and that is that industry. You rise by creating capitalist societies, make the money, and then our emotions get involved, and it's the socialist side of us, the wanting to reach out and help, and it's that empathy that never stops that all of a sudden causes that fall, because we don't know when to pull the hand back. We've seen kids drive their parents bankrupt because they won't stop. All these people are the same thing. All we're saying is America first, and the rest will follow. We spend a fortune around the world when we could be providing. Real quick, and I'm going to land. In 2020, we were $5 trillion in debt. At the end of 2025, we were $38 trillion in debt. What could have been done to make America better with $33 trillion? And tell me what has been done.
So, and I think this is an interesting point you bring up.
Hold on. We got to make sure.
Sorry.
Amen. How do you pronounce your name again? I'll just make sure I get it correct. AYMAN. Are you there? Yeah, man. You want to speak? Okay, go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so a couple things. To answer the quick point, I agree with virtually every single thing that you said, Ice, up until the point where you said, imagine what we could do with that 36 trillion. As a libertarian, I'm like, man, imagine what we could do with that money if it was turned back over to the people, which is where it should be to begin with. The government driving up the debt and all that, it's crazy to me. Edward's talking earlier about, well, if my business goes under, that's my own fault. I need to figure out how to, and yet we have a government that does pretty much the opposite, where the government fails time after time after time, and yet still people continue to vote based on what can my government do for me? I'm sorry, if your approach when you go into the voting in your local voting place is to look at the politicians on that list and go, what can these people do for me, even on a local level? I would challenge you to change your approach. The reason I wanted to speak more, I agree with virtually everything that the last couple of people were saying. I think also the United States is reaping the benefit of the last certainly 20 years plus of telling every single kid they need to go to college. And so, like, I love the fact that we have people out there like Mike Rowe and these other type of celebrities who kind of made it cool to go to trade school again. And, you know, this is something near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up here in the great state of Maine. The largest employer in the state of Maine for the longest time. I think it's a healthcare company now, but the largest employer for the longest time was BIW. It's a General Dynamics company making destroyers for the U.S. military. And again, the trades are near and dear to my heart. So I can tell you straight up that the amount of kids that are going to college, getting these 4-year degrees, and then going, oh my gosh, what am I going to do with this degree? Is crazy to me, especially when, you know, even it doesn't even necessarily have to be the trades. If you look at these fields on demand like nursing and these other fields, like, it's crazy. Like, they're lining up around the block to hire these people, and yet we have this stigma, and I've certainly seen it here at Clubhouse and across the board in a lot of these higher income areas, if you will, that you need to be a doctor, you need to be a lawyer, you need to go to a 4-year, you need to do this, you need to do that. Like, I've seen kids getting out of high school, immediately starting as a welder, within 3 or 4 years, they're making 6 figures, like, easily. You know, I mean, like, a lot of these places, the retirement, these trades are they're retiring like crazy. I know members of my own family who walked onto a construction site and said, "Hey, y'all got a job for me?" And they said, "Do you know how to swing a hammer?" They're like, "Not really." They're like, "All right, cool, we'll teach you." Like, it sounds like it's that simple. It really is. Like I understand it. Like, if you're poor in America, I understand being poor in America. But if you're permanently poor in America, like, it doesn't mean it has to be a forever job or anything like that. But, like, for goodness sakes, like, there's so many people that are dying. Like, if you have a teachable spirit, if you know how to say yes and no, and, you know, you're a decent human being, and like, you're not a complete hassle, I guess is my point. Is like, people will walk through fire to hire you, and they're begging for it. So it isn't just the 4-year degree. It isn't just that. And look, there's obviously a wonderful place in this country for doctors and lawyers and everything else. But there's also this huge percentage of the workforce that, to the gentlemen that they were speaking before, like, this manufacturing that's coming back in the United States. It's like, yeah, I mean, so anyway, I'll land with that. But yeah,
I like to jump on Ben's bandwagon. I love the bandwagon. So, like I said, I'm in the reserves now, and then I met a guy in the reserves. He makes over $600,000. Okay, and he still loves serving for his country in the uniform. And the guy's going bacon. He started off going, I think he spent like $8,000 learning how to weld. And he turned around and he went out to the oil fields, started his own business, and he has like 20 employees, and they're all welders, and they do DOD work. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. So I'm just giving you a prime example for the listeners. It's not about a college degree is beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Their society needs those in-depth thinkers, but you also need individuals that got swagger and they want to go out there and be trades workers. Because I grew up in a time frame where they would beat you in at school saying you ain't going to accomplish nothing in life financially without a college degree. And then, you know, there's kids coming out of a trade school and with a little swagger, little moxie, you know, they can turn around and, you know, make over $800,000 in a couple of years by just thinking outside the box and with a trade. Sorry, Ben.
You're good. I'll just finish, and I'm gonna have some dinner shortly, but I'll just finish this by saying, like, half the shit you can learn online, and, like, you see that, like, there's TikTok channels and Instagram channels and stuff like that are blowing up right now. And there's one that's like, I saw it advertised on TV, and I'd seen the guy on social media anyways, and it's literally like doing stuff like basic trades around the house. Like, a lot of this shit, like, if you learn how to do it, like, learn how to be practical, learn how to swing a hammer, learn how to use basic power tools and stuff like that. It's like, this is something that's going to save you a pile of money. Learn how to troubleshoot when your washer or dryer breaks, that way you don't have to hire a technician to come in for $400. Like, I know what those technicians get paid, and I'm telling you, like, you want to have somebody come into your house to fix a hole in the wall in your drywall, it's going to cost you a couple $100 up front, like, just to get them to walk through the door. right? Like that's a trip to Home Depot at $50 tops, like that, and that's if you're doing it wrong. Like you could do it for $20 or less. Like for goodness sakes, like we live in the golden age of everybody's here on their phones. Like you can look this shit up super easy. This is like bring back working with your hands. Bring back destigmatizing getting a job that involves working with your hands.
Let's see, so BlackRock is introducing, I think they're actually putting in $100 million into the trades industry to try to help build a movement in the trades. I think Wells Fargo is dumping in a ton, and the reason is because BlackRock knows what their development is going to be just theirs alone, and they know what the government is or not the government, but the U.S. is going to need, and they see a massive shortfall. So they have been donating tons of money. Mike Rose got a fund for that too, for kids to go into trade schools, stuff like that. There is a desperate need for it. And to give you an idea, I did it once. I just looked online. My washer was giving me a code. It was $250 to get them to show up. And then they told me, they said, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be this, and that's going to be $500, then another $150 for labor. So it's almost going to be $1,000. I got online, I read the code, popped the top off, unplug it, pull these 2 wires, let it set for 30 seconds, plug the 2 wires back in, put the top back in, and plug the dryer or washer back in. And you know where the dryer back, it's washer. And you know what? It took me about 10, 15 minutes, and it worked. Never had a problem again. I could have paid $1,000. Instead, I fixed it for nothing.
Or go to school and learn how to be that guy, and then realize that there's plenty of people that are more than happy to pay that money to get you to come out. Because again, that person, like the reason that they're charging what they're charging to come out is because they got a laundry list of clients that are lined up around the block who are willing to pay that amount. So bear in mind that like you may be in the boat that the gentleman that just spoke is about. But if you're sitting there and you've got the time to do that because you don't have a job or you've got stuff going on in your life, like you don't have enough going on in your life, I guarantee you there's somebody out there that's willing to train you, take a 3-week, 6-week, 10-week course, learn how to do that.
Yeah, subcontract.
You're making that money right away. Like it's crazy, man. Like there's so many opportunities out there.
Oh yeah, subcontract.
You don't remember learn how to.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me just share, Simon. I'm gonna let you go after me here. So Ben, Ice, and Steph, I appreciate the dialogue that you guys have, and I think that we're proving a point. My wife has a saying: just because you have a degree doesn't mean it's the right temperature. So you still got to be able to talk to people. You got to be able to handle yourself. You got to be able to do certain things. Okay. So just because you decide to go get a degree doesn't mean you know how to interview well. How do you work with others? How do you get along? Maybe have a supervisor. There's a lot of stuff, guys, that makes an individual work. That's why I asked the question at the beginning. What can you do? What are you capable of? What are your skill sets? And if you don't have them, they clearly said it. There are people out there that will train you now. Just when you guys get a chance, just look up all of the trades, plumbing, electricians, all of the military right now. How short are we on all these things? Guys, I live in California, right? You guys heard about the fires at the beginning of 2025, right? Sir. Do you know who they did not call? They did not call me with degrees. They call linesmen. You can go into the ground polesmen. They call fire departments. Why? And they need laborers, man. They need people who can come and swing a hammer, cut a saw, how to use power drills. There's people that come from all over the country to California just to work because there was so much work. Why? Because they had the skill set. And you know what these companies did? They put all these people up and they paid them. You know why? Because these were not people with degrees. These were contractors from around the country. What I'm saying to you guys, and we all know this, I'm going to tell you, every year there's going to be tornadoes. Do you guys know America's the only country, the only guy that's had tornado alley? It happens every year, guys. If fires happen. And you know what people do? They build all these things up. I will promise you, and I'll land on this, guys. I'll let Simon go. I want us all to understand, AI is built by people. That means it's going to also fall by people. Nothing's going to replace you as an individual person. Just remember that, guys. You have so much in your hand that you keep thinking about the internet that you should prompt yourself to go find a skill.
Yeah, and the irony is now that
with the advent of AI and the messaging we get about what it's going to bring is the safest job. Well, it's a plumber, electrician, someone with a set of skills that involves their hands as well as their brains, because AI can't do that. But that's just an aside from we're not so absolutely. And I have my own business, so I'm a capitalist at heart. But what I know to succeed is you also have to be adaptable. So in the world economy that we have, China obviously has an advantage because it has a cheaper labor than the West, which is why the top 80 brands in the West, all have factories there because they make more money because the labor's cheaper. So what happens? You have to adapt. You have to make yourself competitive in other ways. So in my country, we used to have a big manufacturing, mining industry that's completely doesn't exist there anymore, and we've struggled. But we have to reinvent ourselves. We can't be reliant on anybody else. You have to make yourself competitive in the market. You have to be good at selling what you produce, and you have to make yourself competitive, and that can be not just on price, but it can be on quality. It can be on innovation. So we're all faced with the same issue. So we've got to get ahead of the Chinese that way.
Say one thing.
Can I chime in after you, Sword?
Yeah. One thing that I was gonna say, speaking to the trades, because right now, as we speak, we have a significant issue with not enough people going into the trade. So much so to the point where they've incentivized women to come into the trade. But you have certain states that the prices have gone up 5, 10, 20, 30% because the wait period is so long to get people out there. Now you have, to come out and actually see and do the work. And then once you have people to come out and possibly assess the situation, the wait is so long because businesses can choose which customers they want to put first based upon how much the customer is going to pay and the margin that they're going to receive on the job. Now, as a customer, you might have a salesperson to come out, but then, companies in this day and age, they have more salespeople than they have operational people that can actually come out in relation. So going back to the example that Ice brought up, or the drywall situation, you might just need a piece of drywall, but that salesperson might come out, especially if they recognize somebody who don't really have enough knowledge in this industry. They're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you need a full replacement." So something that could have been, a $50 fix or $200 fix. Now, you got lines all on your shit. You got to pay $4,000-$5,000 for something, and it's just because, you got to hustle. So I say all that to say, and this is actually one of the initiatives that I'm, looking to kick off because I'm a board member in a local park here in Atlanta. Two things that I'm working on doing is getting the police involved in the park, so that way parents can be more educated on how to get home safe and the kids can develop a better relationship with the police department, and then also partnering with various, it used to be called home improvement, now they call it home services, because I've traveled this country working with all types of home improvement companies, and it's not really hard. You'd be surprised, a lot of people that own these businesses, some of them, a small percentage of them have never swung a hammer or nail in their life. Like one of the largest roofing companies in Florida, the guy never installed a roof. He just knew how to market things, and he ended up building this would have been in 2019. He was at like $30 million revenue, annual sales revenue then. So I can only imagine where he is now. I walked in the offices and people with just sandals, shorts. I went in to do a sales training. These guys are making $400,000-$500,000 a year,
And I was looking at myself like, damn, I'm in the wrong line of work. You know, I got a degree, I got my suit on, I got all this shit. And the people I'm talking to, they got dirt in their nails and, just, kind of how people characterize them these days. And they making 2, 3, 4, 5 times the amount of money that I'm making. And they're only working 4 hours a day. So that was a reality check for me. But I was never really pompous about going to college. I just was unaware. I didn't know that you could make that type of money in the trades. I just never knew. So whether it's HVAC, electrician, waterproofing, like whatever part of the country you live in, figure out.
You just brought up my fucking tism sword, dude.
Go ahead.
Just a real quick step before you go. I just want to sort of. Is it Piedmont Park or the Reservoir Park? Either one of those?
The park where I'm at?
Yeah.
No. It's in East Atlanta.
Yeah. East Atlanta. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, dude, you guys spiked my tism. So I got 9 brothers, guys, and I would say 3 of them, they all do contracting and construction work. All right. My kid brother, he's one of those guys that's always joking about saying he's never swung a hammer, but it's about the hustler and swagger. My little brother went to a trade school, got his HVAC license, all right, with no intention of actually being an HVAC tech. And I questioned, it's like about 8 years ago. I was like, why are you doing it? I better get involved. He goes, because HVAC, you can upmarket everything. I mean, all the way down to subcontractors. And so my little brother, he has a primary job, but he started a business as HVAC, just so that way he can go out there, do bids, and then turn around and then upmark the product, the material, and then subcontract it out to licensed contractors. And that's all he does. I think he made right about $400,000 last year. He's never touched a unit. He's never even, he went to school, got the license, and he's completing, he just completed his electrician, so that way he can subcontract, residential electric work. And so, yeah, I mean, he literally does what he wants to do. That little fucker's traveled more on his own free will. And and then I have another brother. He travels with the storms, and what he does is he tries to beat the insurance adjusters. So when he travels, literally, he watches. So during tornado season, he's literally right behind the storm, so that way he can go and say, "Hey, let me assess your damage," and he'll fill out all the paperwork, dodge the adjusters, and do it free adjusters work. Submit that, and then once he'll probably get maybe 40 or 50 jobs, and then subcontracts it out to a small contractor for like a 30-70 ratio. Right. And that's all he does. So there's swagger in it. You just gotta be willing to hustle.
I went down to the just so that way. So when I was consulting and I was helping out the home improvement companies, for me to get like some real world experience, when Panama City happened down in Florida back in like 2018, 2019, somewhere around there, I went down there to actually, see if I could sell and, kind of get involved just so that way I can know firsthand. What I ended up learning was that when these storms happen, you'll have people in these home services, they don't work at all until a storm happens. So if a storm happens, let's say twice a year or once a year, they may make $300,000 to $500,000 just in the 2 months that they actually went to the store. And I said, "Oh shit, this is crazy to make that much money." That right there is what really like opened my mind to. Now here I am in a corporate office, dealing with corporate bullshit. And you got people out here that's living like that, So part of it is being unaware. Part of it, you got to go out there and figure out what's needed out there. What are people doing? You got to talk to people and figure out what's going on out there. And I'm so thankful and grateful that I went down to Panama City and see it for myself. It was sad to see people going through those types of things, because I walked into a lady's house and you can literally look up and look into the sky. So, people are going through trying times, but even in those trying times, there's massive amounts of opportunity for anyone who just take some time and learn about it first. You got companies like, I think it was called Service Master. I think that's like one of the largest ones, where they built a business. Literally, the whole business model is around chasing storms. Whatever services are needed, that's all they do is chase storms, and they make millions.
Well, Sword, my assumption is, listen, I hate to be rude about it, but when a motherfucker's hungry, has ambition, once, it gives himself a goal and say, hey, I want to be at this point in my life, fuck trying to get settled, like I got friends of mine, acquaintances, and people I've met in life that are doing really good, but they said, this is where I'm going to be, and they didn't let nothing drag them down. And then you got individuals that are like, yeah, but I'm not trying to be on the road for 3 to 6 months. I'm sorry, dude. Excuses are excuses. If you're hungry, you're gonna go find food to eat. If you're not hungry, you're gonna bitch and you don't got a steak at your plate.
Yeah. And I love dealing with home services people. That's about as real as you get. And being young at the time, it was just a, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went into the trades, because the people, like, as a business owner, the majority of these guys are small businesses. They're willing. They kind of operate off the model, I'll meet you where you are. If you're hungry and you really want to learn this, they will invest time in you, whether you went to school for it or not. If you show up, you fill out a job application, they're going to judge you on how integral you are. The job application really ain't going to matter. They don't give a damn, because even if you learn skills somewhere else, they're going to have to retrain you on their methodology and how they do things. So if I was 18, if I wasn't playing football and I decided that I didn't want to go to college, if I had to do it all over again, I would have went right into the trades. Because by the time I turned 22, 23, 24, I would have been making 6 figures. And, probably would have started my own home services company. You got, in California, because that was one of my territories, you got one shop that might sell everything. So the culture of home services on the East Coast is different than the West Coast. On the East Coast, you might see someone who does HVAC. They may do plumbing or electrical. Shit, out there in California, you're doing roofing, siding, paving, plumbing, foundation. Like, they sell everything out there in California. And you'll go out there, and these business owners, they're humble. They got mad respect. They take care of you. And they just want somebody to figure out, like, hey, how can you help my business be better? I walk into $40 million operations, $80 million operations, and they're constantly trying to figure out, how can I get better? How can you help me grow, and things of that nature. So it's just, I love home improvement, and I wish more people would get involved. I'm actually working on getting involved with it as well.
Hey, Sword, I wanted to touch bases with you on your project. Check the police budget, especially when it comes to like parks and recreation or any programs that deal with children community. I was volunteering with one of my local communities for like a boys and girls program for our lower project communities. And when we started digging into it, dude, you have to go to the police, because I wasn't aware of this. I'm sure you are. Maybe I'm just preaching nonsense, but we found out that like a lot of your community
finances or additional funds is delegated through the police department for additional community programs for youth, anything in regards to youth community. And so with Atlanta, check your section's police budget, and you might have to go through them if you're trying to get grants.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. I was actually gonna head down there because I stay on the north side now. So, but you know, my heart is on the east side, so I was just gonna walk up in the police station and tell them who I am and what I was looking to do. But I think your route will kind of help me out as well. I'm gonna start looking online, seeing if I can find some budget.
It's about find out what the budget is. So get a FOIA. So I would say hit them up with a FOIA first, because when you go in there, they're gonna bullshit. They're gonna send you to like the liaison or the servant that's good at saying get, politely she's saying get fucked, but she's not gonna use that word. So I would go in there. I would submit a FOIA first for that area, so that you actually have the digits, and then when they submit you to their liaison, I'm speaking on what we had to do. Because we got that polite go fuck yourself mentality, and so we hit it for you, and we said, hey, this is the margin that we need for the community program. This is what you submitted for your digits for the community. We're going to submit to our city senator, our house as well, and also to our governor, and that we're not able to utilize these funds that are delegated to, because it's all delegated to the police department, because for some fucking reason, I don't know why.
Is it delegated to Erica Kurt? Because, what happened to Charles Kirk's wife?
You okay? Amen.
No, I swear to God, you people need to make it common sense to the rest of us and the rest of the world. Like, we need to hear this. I need to hear.
He's up on the pub there, amen. But yeah, delegate. So hit a point first. When you go in.
And she cracking on the authority. What's happening with her? Like, does that make?
So that's what I would say. That way you can present the data and be like, hey, this is a community this is the margin that we're looking for. And they usually backtrack really quick. That's how we was able to progress forward in our community after 7 attempts. Just so you know.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
So, amen. What country are you from?
No, no cracking.
What? You're not talking?
It's cracking. I'm not cracking. Like Erica Kirk. Like, is that
Amen. Okay, hold on. No, it's all right. Hold on. My question to you is, what country are you from?
I'm from Britain. I'm from the country you asking from the help.
Okay.
Where the help comes from. Yeah.
Okay, so you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, have you ever heard of the Great Divorce?
I ever heard about the Great Divorce. Who got divorced?
The United Kingdom in the 13
who got
colonies.
divorced? Who was the Great Divorce?
I'm trying to explain it to you. The 13 colonies and King George III, who was part of the United Kingdom, we divorced that country. It became the United States of America. Do you know the difference between the two countries?
Yeah, we understand that. You got divorced. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go with that.
So we divorced ourselves from
Okay, and then you got rid of us. What that mean?
Yeah.
What that mean?
What that means is we don't look at our lives in the light of other individual Americans. We let other individual Americans do what they do. So for you to come up on the platform and talk about other Americans, which none of us ever met, you talk about the Kirk family like we all know I'm gonna go back. Hold on.
Go ahead. Go. Tell me what a delusion.
No. I'm just having a conversation with you. My question is.
I'm just having a Kit Kat with you. You know what a Kit Kat is, right? Okay.
All right. So let me make sure we're on the same page. Okay, because I'm just trying to make sure. You told us all that you're from the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I'm no delusion.
Okay. So let me ask you a question right now. Currently, who is your king?
Charles.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question based on what you just said. King Charles is your king. Could you answer for us, all of us, as a subject of the United Kingdom, could you please explain to me your right as a subject of the United Kingdom? How do you operate as an independent human being?
How do you, wait. What do you mean? So do I have the ability to calculate with the United States of America? Do I have the rights to go around the rest of the world? Like, what does that mean? Do I have the authority to do my own bullshit? Like, what is the question that you asking? Is this an empty threat?
Okay, I'm trying to help you understand, because you come up on the platform talking about someone that you never met. I'm trying to find out about you.
I talk about America. No, I talk about you, individual. You, sir.
Wow.
You fucked up, sir. You. But you also, yeah. You black person, right? You as a whole black person. I know you. I'm not calculating you, but for some odd reason, you want that red, blue, and white, and whatever, right? That's your flag, right? Somehow, that is your thing. That is your personality.
Yeah, that's our flag, and we're proud of
A
it.
flag is your personality.
Americans, and we're fucking proud of it.
Proud to be an American. Wear it.
Wow. Guys, did you hear her talk about our flag that way? Am I missing something?
Yeah, because I thought our flag was the same color. So we can fly our flag in our country. You can't even hoist it on Main Street. You're fearful of it being offended.
We're talking about the rest of the world.
Hey man, what's the color of your flag? You can't even fly your English flag in public places because it's a law not to offend fucking immigrants in your own country because they find it offensive.
Immigration comes from all the other flags too. It also comes from another flag. Another flag calculated for another
You're a
flag.
smart English person.
Stupidity.
I think, hey man, stop by the pub on the way home. That's what it was.
At least we know how to drink responsible.
That your government and the figurehead of the crown has no real power in terms of domestic issues. You don't have responsibilities. In fact, you don't have a choice. And now you're kowtowing to immigration status because you're afraid of actual terrorist attacks in there, rather than take a political stance and actually protect your own interests. So again, you should just sit down and shut up because America's been protecting your sorry asses since World War II. We rebuilt you. We helped you to fucking establish a foothold. And again, you haven't actually presented anything significant to the world outside of this. You've been a fourth world, third world country on and off since the fucking 60s. Like you haven't been anything useful except cause us problems. And we have to clean up the messes.
Amen. What third world country did you? Hold on a second. Amen.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Edward, for you to give some lecture to her. This is a drunk fucking Brit.
Yeah, she's British. But what third world country are you from originally, Eamon?
Great Britain.
Yeah. No, but I think she's from somewhere else beforehand.
So she's from a fifth world country and migrated to a third world country.
So I'm guessing she's like Somalian or something.
They're Americans.
Hey,
Exactly the one.
hold on. Shut your slur pipe, you fucking shut your slur
She's
pipe.
from the West End. Her accent gives West End vibes.
So are you from Somalia originally?
And played another country. It's okay, Victor.
All right, well, I'm just gonna just until the liquor wears off, you just go ahead and stay in the audience. Amazing. I've been listening.
27.
I've been listening off and on, in spurts, but then I hear this bitch yelling, and it's oh wow.
I feel like I was on an episode of Monty Python.
But I don't understand people from England. They're not even a second world nation anymore. Like China and Russia fill that vacuum. England, you're a third to fourth world nation. Europe as a whole, maybe, but you did Brexit. So you are now most assuredly fourth. You are behind China, Russia. You're not a power player. You really don't provide real significant benefits outside of, moral support. I mean, we do exercises and we give you favorable trade deals, but really, in all honesty, your existence is kind of moot. And you created most of the problems around the world in which we face today. These are long-standing issues like the Middle East are a direct result of your fucking greed-mongering ways and thinking we got to make the world Britain. And in reality, we should have just shot you bucktooth bandits way back when.
Yeah, I don't think she understood the Great Divorce. We still stuck back there.
Yo, Ron's kicking the shit out of the U.S.
I'm like, Sword, I really was. I was just polite. I really was, but she missed that whole point. The reason why we divorced Great Britain. I mean, we divorced the Puerto Rican guys because they were not doing well.
Right.
Well, we divorced them the first time, and then we bent them over and made them our bitch the second time. And then finally, after World War II, we're like, all right, you guys are really struggling. We don't want you to be like fucking a shithole country. But again, they've sunk themselves. Their own policies, their own currency, their own internal domestic policies pretty much crushed them. To the point where I don't give a shit. Like, have a king, have anything, but your impact on the world is nothing anymore.
Amen.
Dude,
It's not putting fucking beans on toast. It's fucking disgusting.
She's a third world Somali whore her and her fucking people are being floated by the British taxpayers. Like, don't even get her to even consider her British is a fucking insult. Like, really.
Wait, they put beans on toast? Is that what they eat out there?
Fuck yeah. They conquered 90. Wait. They conquered 90% of the world for spices and couldn't figure out how to fucking use them. It's so fucking retarded.
Yeah, they traveled all the way to my parents' country with boats, and they didn't know how to make money off those places. Isn't that crazy? What a smart.
Their national dish is now tikka masala, chicken tikka masala. Because whatever reason they can't come up with their own. Nobody wants to eat their shit. It's goop. By the way, it's what they would fucking do. Oh, God.
Yo, Brad, how are those $2 million fees to pass to the Strait of Hormuz? How are those?
Fucking great.
You said $2 million fees?
Yeah, IRGC is a toll booth now.
Yeah, like the IRGC is going to see that $2 million.
They are.
Who paying the what they
Everybody
already?
that wants to run oil through the Hormuz is paying $2 million.
No, they're not. You should actually look a little deeper instead of going through TikTok headlines because, again, it's already been developed.
You're fucking so many Rico. You saying they charging people to come?
Provide the link. Provide the source and the link.
There's many. You can Google it. Just type it into Google.
I knew it.
All right, what should I type in?
Type it into Google.
What should I type in?
Fucking retard.
Type up how much
You don't have to actually say retard. I know I'm higher than you, and you know an XLP is going to win at the end of the day. But you really, nobody's paying the IRGC.
IRGC.
I just Googled it real quick.
Just ask Grab, bro. Just ask Grab who controls Hormuz. Listen.
What should I type in, Rico? I can Google.
Just ask Grab who controls Hormuz. It's really that simple.
Who is Grok?
You don't know Grab? Come on now. Really?
He's using an AI out of Twitter to tell him his answers instead of actually.
Oh, okay.
Use these guys don't think for themselves.
Some interesting answers.
I told you Instagram guys, that's all they do. They just take their Reddit post and say, "Oh look, we're losing."
Grok's not Reddit.
Wait. So what is the claim that's being made that we're losing?
That Hormuz, IRGC runs Hormuz, and they're charging $2 million a tank to get through.
Yeah, actually, Grok is Reddit because it has a built-in Reddit API, so it actually reads off of Twitter.
I thought for the time being, the problem is that they basically with the drones and other shit they make it too risky for people to travel through, and so they're only giving pass to.
No, but ships that pay and you want are getting through.
They pay, or I think they're letting Chinese ships pass.
Yeah, they are.
But I think for the most part, everybody else is steering clear because they don't want to risk.
Yeah.
Anything's great to see with a current insurance problem that actually indemnifies them whole beyond their current insurance programs, which he's probably going to implement to help guarantee that transit. Italy is actually going to start jumping in and protecting in the Mediterranean to prevent any kind of fucking fire seas.
Close their airspace. American fucking retard.
They closed our airspace, dipshit. We have a base there, you fucking moron. You fucking reject. You ever hear of Sigonella?
Hey, you fucking retard.
You fucking moron. You go look up with that. You better drop down your parents' legs. Because quite frankly, you're a fucking idiot. Italy is cooperating. England, France, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Egypt. All of these countries are actually cooperating with us. But you guys are fucking retarded.
You act like you're like a
fucking weird nuance.
You act like you're like a defense secretary, but you really just say shit.
I'm fucking trying to go off of. So again, you're just a fucking idiot incel. Go back to sitting there saying black people are dumb, and that's about the biggest contribution you'll ever make. Prove how stupid you are.
But Italy did say I know obviously we have bases there, like we have the naval base in near Naples, and we have army base near the fuck is that? Forget the name of the place.
Sigonella.
But they have
we have port bases there. We have nuclear weapons there. We have SOF bases there.
Not only that, but what came out in the news was the fuck Maloney, and basically it said that they cannot use the bases for strikes to Iran, so they would have to probably stage from Cyprus or some other place.
NATO's not putting up with this shit this time around. Like Spain's out.
Yeah, really. I'm so glad NATO's not putting up with it. So here's the funny thing that they were never using Italy to launch the strikes. So that's the flip.
They probably using Kuwait or Jordan.
Yeah, we don't use it. So like this whole virtue signaling, like, hey, please don't blow up a terror thing. I guarantee you, Italy went, well, you can still use our ports.
Trump's begging for us out for attack missile systems. Trump's begging for
idiots like this will just grab on because CNN posted a headline and thinks,
CNN's what about your team, girl?
They read. And again, it's just, again, they don't read.
CNN's owned by David Ellison.
Dude, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck who owns CNN. It's fucking twat waffles like you that can't fucking read. But again, these idiots grab on and they don't even realize we weren't even formulating battle plans off of Italy. We weren't utilizing.
Trump asked Poland for a missile system because our SAD got knocked out day 2. Like, we're getting our shit.
Rico, the guy that delivered the message from the Iranian parliament, his name is Aladdin.
And Warsaw told Trump to go fuck himself.
Really? Because Poland didn't just buy it. I guarantee you Poland didn't tell him to go fuck himself.
The SAD system got knocked out like day 2. And then Trump used
that system is not knocked out. Do you understand how that system works?
They got decommissioned like in day 2.
Basically what happened is
to a guy who wants America to lose. So literally, that's what he wants. Because the intelligence, if you read intelligence reports, watch a little bit of European news rather than just the stupid shit here in America.
If that's the case.
Shit, Poland is happy to assist us.
No, they asked for the VAT system, and Poland said, like, fuck no. Obviously, they face Russia, so they're like, nope, we're not doing this. So they refuse to give up the VAT system.
Well, let me read what this article says. It says the Iranian. Now this goes to what you said, Rico. The Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments Monday, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views rather than the official position of Iran. So, what do you think about that? It says the Iran. Let me put it in the chat so that way everybody can read it too. But basically, the guy Aladdin came out and said that they was finna start charging as much as $2 million, and then
IRGC running a toll booth. Like only brick ships are getting through there.
Let me read the whole article. Let's see. So, all right, let me scroll that down. All right, it says the Iranian, and this is the last paragraph in this article from Yahoo. It says the Iranian embassy in India contradicted Aladdin's initial comments, saying the claims were unfounded and reflected his views.
What's up, the lipstick on the pig, bro?
Well, we'll see you in the.
We'll
see.
Guys,
we'll see if it's reflected in bread prices.
Here's the deal, Brad. Literally, the open source satellite imagery company it's been instructed to restrict and delay its imagery. And you can go look at the Daily Mail and any other outlets that have actually looked at this open source, right? Not controlled by the governments, but the governments have come in to restrict it because they're saying it's for operational security reasons, right? For computer region. But really, it's embarrassing because they're showing all these, THAAD or whatever type of other radar installations and fucking missiles and aircraft that are being fucking hit that the Iranians are doing with precision and accuracy. And they're probably doing it with like a 50-grand drone and taking out $1 billion weapon system, right? Which is going to take years to replace. There's a finite amount.
So how many weapon targets have they hit? How many targets have they hit?
All of your
you guys all fucking cheered on Diego Garcia, and that fucking guy shot down. Let him go. Like, this is ridiculous from these guys. I fucking agree with you 8 billion times.
He's a British man. He's from Northern Ireland.
Yeah, that's right. He's the British Irishman. A British man living in Ireland.
This neighbor doesn't even know these stuff.
He's Northern Ireland.
Like, you guys fuck that
Those are the
shit.
people the IRA wanted to kill.
Yeah, these are the guys who tried to get back on
Let's get back to the topic.
Yeah, so again, these guys hit like one fucking apartment building, and then all of a sudden it's like a failure of it, but they don't talk about the 21s that were fucking shut down.
What does it feel like?
I don't know. What is your mama's? I can tell you what your mama's vagina tastes. Order pizza on toast and think somehow you have intelligence. You're gonna fucking give me some red pill fucking theory that you're like, oh, satellite imagery shows me this, even though you've never read a satellite report in my life. You can't fucking do it. You've never served. You've never served shit except for fucking serving your ass up to every faggot.
No, M did serve.
What the fuck would he know?
He served what? Served what?
He served in there.
Under a fucking mess hall in the fucking shop.
Wait, what did he serve in? Oh, wait.
He served in the Navy. I think, were you in the Navy or Army?
You're in the fucking rear with a gear, Brad. What the fuck have you ever done?
Oh, yeah. You're sure about that, bitch boy. You were fucking, if you served, you were a fucking cook. You ladle beans on toast. I ain't gonna shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna do shit, motherfucker. You ain't gonna do fucking shit except for fucking grave my balls as they drag across your face and fucking make you fucking wet inside. The most moist guys on here happen to be you and fucking this dipshit over here. So go on and tell me some more of your fucking bullshit as far as your fucking experience in the Middle East, because you ain't read shit. You don't know shit. You can't even
explained what the FAT system was. You didn't even fucking understand what it was. And you guys, again, benefit off of my fucking blood, sweat, and tears and can't have yours. But again, keep gurgling, keep swallowing that fucking ball taste in your mouth. Those are mine. They clang when I fucking walk. They're brass. They ding dong while I go, rather than yours sounding like little marbles in a sack. So you got that.
You try to outtalk them like
You can't do shit, man. Again, these like wannabe IRA fucking red cell, incel fucking people are fucking dumb. These are like fucking retarded people that fucking swear. They have no facts. All they do is just fucking cry all day fucking long about how pathetic they really are. And then at the end of it, they want to cry so hard about what didn't go on and who didn't fucking let them talk because they had freedom and they think they're smarter than everybody else. But in reality, you buck-toothed bandits are just sitting there fucking crying all day long about how big bad America is. America's going down. When in fact, we fucking won everything. We won your freedom. Sit down and shut the fuck up, you British guy living in Ireland. You don't have the opportunity to do so. You don't have anything to offer the world. The only thing you could offer the world is really basically swallowing fucking some other guy's load so they don't get fucking pregnant. The best thing you can do is not reproduce because I know I'm pro-abortion in this day and age because I want these guys, every woman should just be like using Drano and a plunger to flush them out with Roto-Rooter as a backup. That's how bad these guys need to die out. They're fucking retarded. They're fucking dumb. Like, how stupid are you? You have no facts.
in your ass, boy. That's right. So are you
You ain't fucking shit, man. You guys are fucking the day you were born. The day you oozed out of your mother like a fucking cream pie was the day you fucking actually became the highest you will ever be. The best part of you was literally dripping on the sheets. Mother got done filming her fucking gangbang. That's the best you ever did. You know what? That was the most highest you could ever achieve anything. You don't have it. I can do this all day, dude.
okay?
I got this shit. You got that? Nothing? You got nothing. And that meeting face to face, the best you got is you'll throw out the N-word. The best you got, N-word. That's the only thing you think you guys can say online. Oh, I'm going to say it and think somehow I matter and I have intelligence. Shut up, N-word. Shut up, N-word. But you know what? You don't have intelligence. Because you know what I know? What these guys don't know is that you're a fucking weak, feckless little online warrior. You've never fucking met face to face. You never fought in your life. You lied about shit. You got exposed on this ad. You were called bullshit time and time again. You got fucking played out, even by the Irish, even by people in Britain, where you got fucking packed up. In fact, I believe that occurred in Jason Mewes' room. And you still fucking can't live that shit down. And then you came back under a different fucking character. And every time you do, you come back under a different character. Every time you're trying to actually think you have something intelligent to contribute and tell Americans what they ought to do. But you don't have anything to offer because you can't fucking do it. And like I said again, the best part of you, the highest you'll ever rise, is again a wet stain on the fucking mattress after your daddy fucking pulled out and went for milk. I'm sorry you grew up eating water with your cornflakes because daddy never came back home. But you don't have the excuse to be the feckless woman that you are. Anything more? Anything more you want to try to do? Anything else you want to try to do? Because you can't fucking beat me. You can't fucking stop me. You can't do shit, motherfucker. Because you know what? I'm bigger, I'm tougher, I'm stronger, I'm faster, I'm fucking richer than you. And I have all that. And the best you can come up with is calling me a fucking nigger. That's the only thing you can ever fucking do. And you think somehow or another that somehow gives you a claim to high intelligence. It just shows how stupid you are, how fucking dumb you are, and how fucking retarded you actually become. Because that's the only thing you can ever do. You know, personally, guys like you are so glad that we should reach through your rectum, pull your spine out, and beat you down. I swear to God, your mama should have been skull fucked until she was dropped on the carpet, and then she could have fucking went. Dude, you don't have fucking shit. You're a fucking wannabe rapist. You're a fucking pedo or some other shit. You little fucking incel fucking pedo rigs that always seem to get couched in Christian nationalism seem to be popping
pedos all the time I turn around. And it's usually you two bandits that are over there wanting to put your little bean on some fucking... And that's all you guys ever fucking do. All you ever do. You don't have a fucking... You're never going to talk, dude. I'm not going to let you talk. I'm not going to do anything out there that's going to allow you to talk to Americans, because I quite frankly think you're probably the dumbest fucking idiot on here. So go back to chasing little kids in fucking Ireland or Scotland or Wales or wherever the fuck it is you're hiding these days, and go fucking keep going there until you get caught, because we know that you guys are nothing more than child rapists and fucking little wonky little fucking creepy fucks all the fucking time. You have been, you always will be. You guys were too stupid to even control an empire. You lost to a fucking guy who went on a hunger strike and managed to turn around and say, get the fuck out of my country. Why would we listen to any fucking idiot that came from Britain? Ever. You lost to a guy who did a peaceful fucking hunger strike, and you couldn't even beat him. The guy was 100 pounds. You expect me to sit down there and back down to some English fucking person? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of this nation. Shut the fuck up. Go. Here's a good one. Go start your own room. Go start your own conspiracy room. Go start that whole bullshit again and see how long you last. You know what? I'm willing to bet you it's 10 minutes and you'll come back under a new name and new profile, and you'll sound like this. Hi. No. The dead system. It was gone. And the U.S. is going to lose everything. You guys are getting utterly destroyed by Iran. A fucking fifth world fucking nation. You guys are a third world, fourth world country to begin with. Actually, Iran may be tougher than England right now. It may be tougher than you. I would rather see the IRGC go against England, which is probably why you guys didn't want to go down there, is because you knew right off the bat you fucking faggots would get beat.
That's interesting. If the U.S. decided that they wouldn't protect Europe, would y'all be able to do it on your own?
We've been living too many hours. To be fair, France and you.
France and Poland probably could hold their own. The rest of the nation, England, could hold shit.
That's right.
Didn't they get Trump to fuck off by stationing troops in NATO, in Greenland or others?
Nope. How could Poland tell Trump to fuck off on Greenland?
They put NATO troops in Greenland and then he fucks off.
No, that's not how it works. And Poland doesn't own Greenland. Dumbasses don't even know who owns fucking Greenland. It's Denmark.
Yeah, out of that country.
So again, we still have troops there. We have bases there. Did you know that? We pull it ports there. No, he's not. You're not doing shit, dude. Again, you're not going to have any prominence. I'm going to keep backing you up. Because the only thing you said is the N-word, and you think somehow, I told you, that's all you guys got. That's your shock value. That's all you guys got is I'm going to say the N-word. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it because
Okay, look, the potato nigger and the half potato nigger keep on arguing and screaming over each other, and we cannot understand what's going on. I tried to let it go, but you guys are just taking up all the space.
Oh, dude, I'm not letting him speak. I don't give a fuck.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck. You ain't gonna get shit. Yeah. You ain't going anywhere, dude. Except down to the goo. I can promise that shit. And off the app, I know that much. I know that account split. I know that. I know that. I'm not reporting you, but I guarantee all those people in the audience already did.
Alright, I moved them down. It's just too much. We gotta keep going here. Unless you still want to play with them.
No, I don't.
Pause on that, by the way.
I'm gonna just play with his mama tonight.
Hey, didn't NATO send 13 soldiers to Greenland? Ooh, it's 14.
But the thing is that if you were, I know you served, right? If you heard America was coming to Greenland and you were in another country and somebody said to you, hey, Steffi, we're sending you and 13 other troops over there. Y'all are going to stop America. What do you think your value is to that country?
They're gonna suck my dick or something? Yeah.
But I'm just saying, dude, Greenland, dude, we've had troops there. When they said, oh, there's 30,000 troops, hello, we've had 30,000 troops in Greenland on basis for like, what, the last 20 plus years? Maybe longer. For Brad, I'm sorry, Senior Chief, don't beat me up too much, but I think well over 20 years, we've had troops stationed in Greenland.
Shit, we prevented the invasion in World War II. We deflected multiple attempts by Russia during the Cold War to have basically footholds in that area. So, I mean, I'm confused. We do training out there all the time.
Don't tell me, Senior Chief. I was just a little unaware.
These guys act like there's something there. I know we do training because I was fucking there training. It sucks. But you guys apparently, all these incels who play Call of Duty all day seem to know, or some fucking British guy overseas, who's on my Reddit forum or my Discord channel tells me otherwise. But yeah, we don't fucking do work in Greenland.
Hey, Brad, can I say something to the
Ed literally served in the Royal Navy, didn't he?
Hey, I just want to let you guys know, this is the way Brad is in the military. We dread the day you gotta have a conversation with a senior chief, because when you bring stupid shit up, senior chief puts belt to ass. So guys, understand how he talks. That's what a senior chief is. So sorry, Brad, I had to put that out there. A lot of people think you're just being an asshole, but no. Brad's a great guy. That's, you bring bullshit up, you're gonna get a belt to ass.
And it's always amazing, Steppy, that a lot of these guys, and I don't knock like the Mats for not serving or anything like that, but it's always amazing that you got these guys on here saying the U.S. is losing. Look at you lost Gulf War, you lost Afghanistan, and all these stuff. And I'm just sitting there going, did we? Are you sure about that? And they're like, oh, yeah. Where's weapons of mass destruction? They don't realize that they were already fucking there. We took care of them. We knew they were there. It was a nice little play on words for fucking CNN and MSNBC. But again, these news networks don't even bother to follow through. And then when they sit there and tell us, oh, yeah, you guys got your asses beat, America's on the way down, they don't look at our kill ratios. They don't look at how many of the fucking people we fucking decimate and send to Davy Jones. No. What they're doing is the outbreaks on MSNBC.
They don't look at the DDR. Like, when they bring up, like, the one I hate the most, when they bring up Vietnam, they say we lost Vietnam. I was like, bro, we did militarily, and we did not lose Vietnam. And they go, yes, we did. I said, bro, we had literally 12 days of fucking bombing. Literally 12 days of Christmas, some people call it, and then at the end of it, they came to the table and said, okay, we're done. And then 3 years later, communists came back. And it's like the dumbest fucking thing when people say we lost Vietnam. It's the same thing when they say we lost Afghanistan. I was like, no, we did not lose Afghanistan. We maintained a presence there, and we were basically subtracting a massive footprint. So Senior Chief, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so still, it doesn't change the fact that there's $2 million fees to get through Hormone. And the IRGC toll booths. One paid. There's not even this verified. It's just being reported that one is paid the $2 million, number one. Number two, when we look at losing in America, we have a country who had a military. That country has no boat presence in the water. If you came to America, anybody, I would like to know who's parking their boats in the Gulf of America, who's parking their boats just off Miami Beach, who's parking their boats in the Hudson River, who's parking. Nobody is. Okay? But we've got our boats surrounding them. Their boats are not controlling the water. The reason that they have control is because they do still have missiles. And the reason they have missiles is because they reported 1,000 missiles a month. And the missiles we used to shoot down, we were producing 6 to 7 a month. So guess what? You guys that say we should have gone in don't realize that everybody going back since they took office said we need to go in. They all said they were a problem. Every president. Shit, the Secretary of State Hillary Clinton said it. She said she'd go and bomb their asses.
There's a Fox News link in the chat about $2 million a tanker.
And one has been reported to have done it. I just read that. So, guess what? The fact is this. You don't tell people, yeah, go ahead and go, because they do still have missiles, and they will strike because they're throwing a tantrum, and their neighbors are losing patience. But the reality is our planes are flying over there. Not a problem. They sent a warthog in. You ain't sending a warthog in if they've got some badass air defense. Not doing it.
We sent the 31st. We've sent the Tripoli. We've sent what do we got? Airborne going in separate. We got those 2 carrier groups. Oh yeah, and various other attack squadrons.
I'm gonna buy some defense trucks. It's gonna be a long war.
Yeah, the 29 Tucanas are in, and anybody knows what the Tucanas are. Dude, those are a single prop airplane that has basically munitions 250 gallons. So
all their missile silos and drones are underground.
It's gonna be out of where they're at. Once they launch, we have them. That's the dumbest thing ever. We did capability studies. We even proved it with Diego Garcia. They can't do it. Like all of this stuff where the U.S. is losing, as soon as they pop their heads up and shoot, we have them. We know where they're at, and then we blow that shit to high hell. They can have it underground. It doesn't matter. We're hoping they shoot. We're asking them to shoot because we know that. And Bradley Cooper, who's the admiral in the region, who basically decimated their entire coastline and all of their navy, you clearly don't know any of that shit. You're just giving me Fox News headlines, and you didn't even read the article.
It was MSNBC.
Whatever, they're all the same. You're just reading fucking some article going by the headlines. You don't even read it. What was it? I read it. It told you one is alleged to have paid, but they can't even confirm it. Oh my god. Oh, I read it. IRGC says they're fucking winning the war, and dipshits like you are fucking believing them. And I'm sitting there going, where, when? What facts do you have? And you gave me a fucking shitty headline and said, here, read it. And then when we read it, it still didn't prove your theory.
I mean, just look at the pump in the U.S., like how much he's gained for gas in the past month. We're not paying $5.07 like we were under Biden. Here we go. I'm just speaking facts, Rico. You speak them, I'm speaking. You were not here complaining. I never saw you on here complaining at that time. Going, we're paying $5.07 for gas. Why did we do it? Because of policies that he freaking did. Sure, you can say, oh, COVID, and you can say this and that, but yet they literally reduced the strategic reserves.
I didn't agree with Biden attacking fucking Russia.
Here's the deal. What did he do?
This is not a red versus blue thing, you fucking idiot.
It's not red versus blue, you fucking moron. Quit being a fucking jackass. You are the stupidest motherfucker on here because you go to stupid childish bullshit every time, fucking Rico. I'm talking about a conversation, but you fucking can't be adult enough to do it. What fucking policies did Biden specifically do that caused a problem? Because I can tell you, I fucking got a house in a goddamn state not far from where it fucking happened.
Yeah, Biden was retarded. He backed Ukraine. I agree.
You what?
Biden backed Ukraine. I agree that was retarded.
What were the policies that caused the...
I'm not a Democrat, you fucking moron.
Hey, dumb fuck. You are really seriously. You come in here and you're like, we're losing. Marcus losing. This is what your talking point is. You act like it. Seriously, what you come across like Rico is a 5-year-old.
Thanks for the ad.
This is literally you.
Hey guys, can I chime in real quick, my guy? I'm going to address to the group little good positive note. This is a little fact for you guys to understand where the IRGC's air power is decimated, okay? B-52 bombers are literally going into mainland. So understand this. They're dropping 70,000 pounds of solid ordnance. built to evade SAMs. They are built for a mission. So if we have B-52s going in there and fucking teabagging the fucking IRGC mainland, that means that we have complete air dominance. All right, we have A-10s in there coming in, and like I said, putting belt to fucking ass. We got Vipers in there. That's the new version of the Cobras. We got Apaches going in there, which are dominantly targeting fast attack boats, one-way drones, and they're doing a great fucking job, guys. All right, dude. We even got the Spooks. Anybody want to know what the Spooks are? That's a C-130 with basically with a 105 mil cannon out the fucking side of it, and two 30 mils on the side too, just basically playing laser tag with the IRGC. So that is to explain the dominance in the air that the U.S. has. Okay, so please take that into consideration when you guys spout bullshit when the IRGC on your newsfeed says that they are winning the war.
Well, here's the better part on the naval front, Steffi. So we were aware that right inside the strait there in the narrow channel, we have the Roosevelt Buckley, Oscar Austin, and Thomas Hutner. These are destroyers. These are pretty powerful destroyers. This is why we don't need other ships there. But basically, our destroyers act like battleships these days. But what these guys don't realize is there's 4 other destroyers on the eastern side of the Mediterranean and 6 destroyers in the Arabian Sea, all with various strike capabilities. And that is separate from the destroyers that are circling the carrier groups that are actually running interference. So now you've got all these destroyers patrolling that area, and somehow or another, these assets are saying America's losing the war, but we haven't lost one ship yet. We haven't lost one. So these guys really don't know how warfare is. They've never been in the fight, and they, like, again, it just goes to show that these guys don't know either land or nautical warfare or air outside of a fucking video game.
Yeah, I'll make this easy. I just looked it up. The U.S. has struck between 11,000 and 13,000 targets of the IRGC. And that's contrasted with the IRGC has only hit 1,238 of their targets. 1,200, 1,200 compared to, we'll round it off to 12,000. And we're going, the U.S. has wants to hit 16,000. So there's no way that Iran, just by the numbers alone, can claim they are winning anything. In a war, if your enemy is hitting you hard, you hit back hard. And if you can't, that's called losing.
Alan, how many missiles did they fire in the first day? Because I just want to kind of look at they fired thousands of missiles, right? And they sent in 30 some odd days.
4,000 total. Yeah. I think it's 4,000.
But how many, what was the percentage of those that hit? Because that's right. Because we look like all these idiots, and I don't mean like the impact from debris that was blown up in the sky. I'm talking direct missile strikes that actually hit. There's a percentage ratio, and I forget what it was, but I thought it was like 12%. Because I thought that it was significantly low, considering the amount of power that Iran was claiming to have. But I know that they can't do anything against it, and their guidance systems are weak at best.
Brad, I want to throw something out there. I'm glad you agree with me. So if all of a sudden, because there's threats now, they now say they have an intercontinental ballistic missile, right? So let's just say that they have that. So they lied, said they only had a missile that could go 1,250 miles. They showed that they could go 2,500 miles. They lied, right? Proven lie. Then they say, well, we're just weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. Then they make threats about saying, we're going to have a strike that'll shock the world. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That seems like a nuclear weapon, probably, right? But every president said we can't let them. The neighbor said we can't let them. The UN says we can't let them get one. Everybody says it, right? But now they're making
making threats saying that they could hit America. But I want to throw this out there. If they did fire a nuke on an ICBM and fired it at America, do you think these people would be like, holy shit, we should have gone in sooner? Or do you think they'd be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran? I think most of these people, like Rico and everybody else, would be like, ha ha, way to go, Iran, way to show America.
I think Space Force will catch it before it even got to the atmosphere. I'm sorry to be naive, but Space Force would fucking take care of it before it even began.
No, that's not necessarily true. Yes, we have interceptors, but the stuff Space Force deals with, like satellites and movements around the Earth against 37B, right? Like I'm aware of, we don't have a Star Wars SDI like system around the Earth like Ronald Reagan proposed.
We actually have it on our ships, Marshal. We have a way to interfere with guidance systems, and we have a way to interfere from satellites on there. And yes, Space Force has some weird capabilities. I will not make fun of Space Force anymore because they're the only fucking group of guys that scare me.
Well, it's a little off topic, but in my GOP county convention to get ready for state, we want a Space Force base down here. We posted 4 or 5 other military bases. Considering SpaceX's launch point, what they did for the DoD, right? It'd be great to have Space Force down here.
I don't know. I'm scared of them. Those guys scare me more than any other group. And I can't make fun of Delta Force anymore because they pulled off a perfect operation. But Space Force, these kids are scary.
Did you hear about some of the reports from people that were there when they went into Venezuela that said that they used some sort of a weapon on them that made them disoriented? They were vomiting and stuff, and they said it seemed like the Americans were not affected by it. And the nose was bleeding.
Yeah, their nose was bleeding out of its ear, everything.
This just tells us nobody here has a freaking clue what our military has. See, we have in America here, we have a thing you could invent tomorrow. Rico, you could have something that is free energy, so better than anything, and 50% efficient solar panel, right? Guess what? The U.S. government says, thank you, we're taking that, and we don't get to put it on the market. Guess why? They look at it as a national security thing. So there's things out there that have been done that we don't know about. They've got, there's technologies. Hell, you can watch the show Future Weapons from back when, and it's amazing what's out there. And they're not letting you see what we've got. Listen to what some of the pilots have said they've seen in the air.
Marshall, sorry you missed it. We had 2 wannabe KKK graper, guys who like to play tummy sticks. They basically were telling us how the U.S. is cooked and Iran is defeating us militarily, and they're just caking our ass. And so we're coming off of that argument.
Well, I want to speak to that. I'm in the defense industry, and I have a TS, so of course I can't speak to anything in that, and in regards to descriptives. But what I will speak to is I do think our technology isn't being handled well, and we are exposing ourselves unnecessarily. We're showing our cars unnecessarily, which potentially can put us in a compromising position. So yes, we might have some cool stuff, but if we continue to use it irresponsibly, it's not going to be so cool. And also, we're not the big dogs walking around with the big stick anymore. A lot of people have big sticks out there.
Who has a bigger stick than us?
I was about to ask that.
Yeah, there's China for one. China has a big stick.
Okay, let's interrogate that for a second. Let's look at their Navy. Do they have a big stick when it comes to their Navy?
Yes.
Okay. How does that make sense if they can't circumnavigate the globe, number 1? And if number 2, they've only been able to use Coast Guard vessels for regional enforcement in the South China Sea? How does that make them have a big stick?
Listen, I'm not going to I don't want to get into details trying to.
Nobody ever.
No. Hold on. Let me finish my statement, and it will answer your question. I don't want to get into details for the sake of winning an argument, but I will say it's a reason that previous leadership in regards to military actions, we're handling the situation gingerly when it comes to addressing the China situation.
You do realize that most of us on the stage right now have had various clearances at one point or another in our lives, and so like we're going to be able to tell you're kind of talking on your ass on that. We're well aware of what can and can't be stated.
Well, I mean, if you think I was using my clearance as a measuring stick, you're mistaken. Because they give them out ridiculously now, just like some people in administration was using Signal to communicate military actions. So the validity of a clearance, I'm just letting you know where I'm talking from.
So the question, honestly, what you would have said is that China has an asymmetric area access, area denial strategy in the South China Sea through a combination of land-based missiles, bases on the Spratlys and the Parcels. That would have been an argument that they could shut down straight to controls 85 to 90% world trade at any one given time. You don't want to go into detail because it's not winning. To me, this is not winning an argument. This is interrogating your knowledge of something and figuring out whether you have the detailed knowledge to make said statement, right? Which is why I asked you about the Navy. Let's go to something else.
Well, regardless, I'm not here to measure my accomplishments or approve. Let me finish because I'm gonna land my plane.
Land that plane.
Yeah, I have no military clearance, and even I know that the Chinese Navy is no match for the U.S. government's for our Navy, and has no ability to travel throughout the world, otherwise called deep water ability. So, and yeah, I just wanted to say, what you were saying about the U.S. government seizing technology. Yeah, my dick was.
So is this a propaganda role?
No, it's not. Which is exactly why I said the proper answer to the Chinese having a bigger stick was the area access, area denial, which allows them to lock the said fleet out of the South China Sea, which you didn't know. So you made an overwhelming declaratory statement about something which you don't have detailed knowledge on. Like, let's just move off the names for a second. What about Chinese Special Forces? Where do Chinese Special Forces rank according to U.S. Special Forces, and why do Chinese forces have a better capability than U.S. forces? I didn't ask the question to hear myself talk. I asked the question.
Who's doing the ranking? That's what muting me. Who's doing the ranking?
I'm asking you. You're doing the ranking, whether that's because of your personal opinion or because you have looked it up someplace. What I'm trying to do is test your assertion that they have the bigger stick in the world.
I didn't. That wasn't my argument. That wasn't my argument.
Literally, that they had the bigger.
I said we're not the only one with a big stick.
Who has a bigger stick?
I'm trying to figure out how China's stick is large.
No, that was a question asked.
Whose stick is larger, really, Trump's or X's?
You're breaking up.
My question is, why would you enter a room and say I work in DOD? Every person I've ever met in my life that does any type of civilian DOD interactions, they do not openly jump onto a public platform that has global access to broadcast to their DOD or have any affiliation. That's a red flag to me.
I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to prove or disprove that. my affiliations. That's not what I came here for. This is a conversation. What are you gonna do? You gonna attack my home or try to get secrets out of me? What can you do? What the fuck?
No, we're just trying to determine if we can have a good faith conversation with you, sir. That's just it. There's no hostility.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of hostility, and to have a good faith conversation is simple.
Yeah,
just have good faith. Just have good faith.
Just admit that your first statement was question.
But I didn't ask you because I wanted to hear myself talk or because I wanted to attack you. I asked you because I was trying to get your background of knowledge.
I told you.
Answer it.
I told you my background in the terms.
Dude, you can just own it and just say you talked out your ass because Alan and Marshall both exposed.
Or you can have good faith and just take my input.
And if I had good faith, I believe everybody is a multi-billionaire and that Rico actually has some kind of claim to fame, and that all these other incel idiots on here that tell me that black people are inferior to white people, somehow I would believe them. I don't have faith in people. I don't put my faith in people.
Can I pivot to the Rio Grande to go back to kind of the subject that you guys were talking about? If you PTR my picture, you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, he left. I wanted him to hear it. But anywho's, Marshall, do you see my PTR? Can you see that little, it's like a mini sub boat floating on top the water. And what it is, it's an unmanned surface vehicle. And it's actually right now training in the Rio Grande region. So it's when you're talking about next level, what are our U.S. forces doing and whatnot? Just like, oh, we're worried about drone attack. I mean, they're already 5 years ahead of that, understanding the evolution of munitions. So I found this one to be quite interesting because it's not just an intel vehicle. It's not just floating around. It can go under, but it also has some destructive or like neutralizing operations. So like that are very high tech. It can like do directional jamming of frequencies to a server of command control, and then spoofing the drift of the craft off course so people can't really track it. It does a subsurface netting, what's called a boom. And it just designed to create like foul propellers and waterways, rendering the craft dead in the water, like other smaller crafts, right? So if you think about a boat that's going to try to land, just a common fisherman's boat that's going to be used to lay mines in the water, then they can render that craft, non-effective. And then it also has like acoustic detection. It deploys hydrophones to pick up like motor categorization, allowing for early warning before low-profile craft enters visual range. So that gives like an automatic eyes and ears of seeing what actual threats can come around, not only beach or waterfronts, but also to help escort said, like, let's say, larger ships in and out of waterways. So that one came across my connections, and I thought it was interesting. So I wanted to hear the guy what he was talking about as far as like actual military procurement, and the Marine Corps is known for, I mean, they're the most deadliest. Sorry, Brad, but they don't act new. They have a huge procurement program for non-lethal weapons. So when you were hearing about the discombobulator that Trump likes to call it in Venezuela, that is a form of like non-lethal weapons. So there's a ton of them that I could talk about that my late husband, who was the procurement officer for non-lethals, which was weird because he just wanted to blow everything up. But the military is like way ahead of it, but this is just an example. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought of such a thing of what I have in my PTR, but it's quite interesting what they.
Sounds like you want to be EOD, Miss KK.
Oh hell no! We had EOD on the
on the Cuban fence line. Those guys are crazy.
Have you seen the little mini, they're like little tanks they drop off, and it's like they can hide in like grass. They got a little scope that comes up, so not only can they use different radar systems, they can literally visually see incoming, and they've got little missiles and stuff on them, targeting systems. It's amazing the stuff that we've got, and like it's so funny because nobody knows this, and they think like, oh, we're just gonna go drop in like Vietnam and Iran, and it's like they don't understand. We won't do that until our military leaders say we're safe, we feel safe doing that. Everybody thinks this is Donald Trump just roguely going in and saying, this is what we're doing. No, I listened to the guy who literally was there. I think I remember he said 20 some years that he was there running that. He was the one that was strategic plan for that area. I think it was on CNN or MSNBC he was talking. He's talking about the boots on the ground, and he's a big supporter of it. And he explained why, and there's many reasons why. But he says you take out these targets right now, what they're doing is they're still flying over. Every time they fire missiles, they give us new targets because it opens us up to new intelligence because our drones pick up those firings. But right now, what people don't, like, and I wanted to ask him, the one guy said he had the DOD clearances, and those guys, there's a bunch of people, there's hundreds of thousands of people that work for the DOD and get clearances for different things from hospitals to administration. So it's like, okay, we can take it all with a grain of salt. He might have that. I can tell you, I know for a fact that there's an outfit here, I will not say who is flying drones in the Ukraine Russia war. The guy let it start. And I was like, interesting. We talked about it a bit.
Well,
the reality. Let's go ahead. No, so I was going to say, when he wants to talk about the big sticks, the biggest stick of all is our Ohio class subs, and that's what we know of. Okay, they can hold 27 tridents. Oh, but our rules say we can only carry 22, so we do. Where the rest of them waiting on board our freaking ships to replenish them, right? 22. Inside of each one of those 22 are 8 warheads that are 40 times the size of what we dropped on Hiroshima. So one nuclear sub can literally devastate. Now, do we want to go there? No. But when we talk about the size of somebody's stick, that Ohio class sub is carrying the biggest damn stick of all.
Well, I mean, think about what we were able to accomplish just last night or today, which was we flew B-52s, refueled them in the air, dropped the munitions, and did a ring around the rosy to drop more.
Don't forget inland, Miss KK. Deep inland.
Just south of Tehran. So they're not going to put a B-52 in that type of potential, harm and liability to get shot down if there wasn't complete control with it. But what started it first? Along the coastline, and then they creeped in further in and further in. And the reason why is like we're revealing their munitions of what they have or what they lack thereof. So if anyone is like ever have access to go to Marine Corps East, Marine Corps West, you'll be blown away. It's basically the largest convention for any type of military gears where all the government officials go to purchase like the next generation of gear and everything. It's phenomenal. So when I went this year, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that does, right? It's pretty incredible, but it's going to be interesting on what's going to be like the next stage of this.
Well, I want to touch bases. I mean, since when the Ukraine and Russian conflict started, America, and just like even our enemies, they observed the new era of fighting. I mean, we saw it with FPVs, drones, the way that they turned around and used recreational object and then transitioned it immediately into warfare. I mean, so it transitioned the mindset of warfare completely. And so I like to address that America's military, all the branches, we're adapting to new intel, new obstacles, and we're seeing this currently with the operation that's taking place. Like Miss KK brought really good focus points when she brought up
the subcomponents that they're testing out, followed by B-52. Dude, a lot of our operations are very, we're direct, but we're very observational. I mean, we're not just going to send a unit out and not project a secondary reconnaissance. Like a lot of people don't know what after action reports are. Brad's filled them out. Miss KK's late husband filled them out. All the way down to a PFC level. Everything you do in a mission status or even in a training exercise, you have to redundancy do an after action report, and it's just to see the capabilities of observers so they can go up to the chain of command, and then it gets delegated amongst how the transition parts are. So when people say America is losing the fight, dude, we grow as we fight. That's why the term adapt and overcome, because we partake, we identify issues, we project new solutions, and we execute the projection. Sorry for my rant, Miss KK. Thank you for letting me cherry pick up.
We don't have to keep the military talk. I think we kind of exhausted it. We can go back to what the mods would like to talk about. But yeah, Marshall, that's floating around your Rio Grande doing tests.
I haven't heard Leroy come on. What you guys do? Scare him away or something? I do miss hearing Leroy's opinion.
Who's Leroy?
Last week, maybe the week before, he was contradicting everything that was brought up factual.
Oh, that's his game.
Mr. Matt took off for a little bit.
So does anyone know the results of the poll?
Right now, I see 131 votes. 86% yes for a safer election. 10% for no disenfranchisement. 6% for I don't know.
SCOTUS is going to argue birthright citizenship tomorrow.
That's going to be a compelling case. It's going to be interesting to see where it lands and what it pertains to, because I can't make a guess on it. The Supreme Court, as much as liberals say it's all Trump's Supreme Court, they don't always side with him, and sometimes they do
Which
differences. Birthright citizenship.
It depends on, from my interpretation, it depends on a couple of things. It depends on whether you read being in the jurisdiction thereof as encompassing everybody. It also depends upon how the wind, please correct me if I'm going to get this wrong, long can the arc, I think is the court case. Those two things are going to be intimate in that, plus the rationale for the writing of the amendment in the first place. Which, if anybody's curious, you can get some rationale for the writing of the amendment off of avalon.yale.edu. It's a repository for old documents, and a lot of them are documents from American history. And so you can read up yourself. People can read up
themselves on that if they're interested. I'll drop the website in the chat for people. But from my understanding, those are some of the key pieces they will be deciding.
How do you think the outcome will be?
I think Gorsuch, Barrett, and Roberts are all in the pro-14th Amendment camp. I think Alito, Kavanaugh, and Thomas are in the 14th Amendment does not protect everybody, or the birthright citizenship clause does not grant everybody citizenship. I would be surprised if Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit different, although she's not as much of what they call a textualist as Neil Gorsuch is. All it really means is like you can be a originalist and a textualist. The textualist means you read the document and what the document says it means. And so you then take the originalist part of that, which is like reflecting on what they meant at the time, and you combine together. So I think it'll be interesting no matter which way it comes. But that's at least what they're arguing over. So if people are curious about reading not just the 14th Amendment, but some of its rationale, Avalon.Yale.edu is a good place to start looking. It may not give you all the documents that you need, but it'll give you a start.
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to go back to the intention and behind it and look directly at it, because birthright citizenship was mostly in part for Asians, Black Americans, particularly Black Americans that were enslaved in this land, to be able to have legitimate status, and it wasn't intended to be an open door pathway for immigrants to just drop a kid on our shores and be able to say, hey, you can't send me home because I have a kid that's an American now. And I think and in fact, we even denied it to multiple groups, including Native Americans, until 1960, like later into the 1900s. So,
it reads Indians not taxed. I think that's the 14th, but I could be wrong. There's a section of the amendment that reads Indians not taxed. And you're right. At the start of the country, when the 14th Amendment was written right after the Civil War, it meant a very specific thing. I just wonder how a textualist will look at it versus a strict originalist. Or like Thomas is a strict originalist. He really goes back to like the founders and says, this is what it should be, this is what it shouldn't be. Versus like a Gorsuch. Gorsuch looks at the text itself and says, what does it say? And if it's universalized, textualists in the federal judiciary are more likely to say the text means as written, versus somebody like Thomas, who's more likely to say the text means this very specific thing for this very specific group of people.
Well, I think Thomas will be against birthright citizenship in the way that it's been applied. Who else? Amy Coney Barrett might probably be against the way that it applies based on her previous ruling, but I'll give her a 10% swing on that one.
Alito for sure.
Alito for sure. Roberts, that's a coin flip. It depends.
He's Kennedy.
Yeah, but you never know where he's going to really fall along the line. Ketanji Brown Jackson's going to go, obviously, birthright citizenship is a right of anybody who comes to the country. We know that's going to happen.
That's going to be interesting no matter which way it's decided. It will piss a lot of people off one way or the other.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it also, and isn't the main thing, whether or not he even has the authority to do this? I could be wrong about that. So that while the issues of whether or not birthright citizenship was intended, I think there's also going to be arguments about
what's about the
president
of his decision in the first place.
What? there's a question about constitutionality of his imposition on an amendment in the first place. The administration will argue something to the effect of, we're allowed certain discretion in this particular part of the amendment, and so the federal government gets to decide. The court will look at that and say one of two things. Yes, Mr. President, there is gray room.
Yes, Mr. President.
You are allowed to decide at your leisure, which gives the next executive the power to do that too. Or they will say, Mr. President, you have overstretched your power. You are not allowed to alter a constitutional amendment, and the constitutional amendment is quite clear. So it could go either one of those ways. But you are right. There is a question about whether he has the power to make the pronouncement in the first place.
But if they do that, that would be blatantly incorrect. Because they only reading the first third of a whole sentence.
Well, it depends. Like I said, if you read the Constitution, the 14th Amendment, and it reads, people are subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Right.
Very true.
Any place in the United States has legal authority, or at least that's the traditional understanding. Right? The administration is arguing, in the jurisdiction thereof, does not apply to those people who are not here legally. So it's a question which is in the gray, and could be decided in the gray, but they will decide whether the president has the power to make pronouncements about constitutional amendments. Because sometimes the executive branch is given leeway in how they enforce certain things. So you can enforce the Civil Rights Act, right? But do you enforce it strenuously? Do you only enforce it a little bit? Right? Sometimes there's gray room in the enforcement power. And so that is part of the question, like whether he has the enforcement power to alter it in the first place.
Well, I agree with that. I think, when I watch the hearings, the people that are arguing the fact that if someone came from someone else and merely just had a baby, that, that person becomes a citizen, the people who are pro that position were only arguing the fact that the 14th Amendment says people who are born or naturalized in the people who are born or naturalized, and then they just get to the end of the sentence and say are citizens of the United States. To me,
I think I read born or naturalized.
No, I know that's what it says.
Oh, I
said, but the people that are defending, the people who are opposed against Trump, they're only trying to cite the first third of the sentence, and then they skip to the end to say are citizens of the United States. The problem with that I see is that, number one, the word "and" is in the first sentence twice. So at the end of the sentence, it denotes the two citizenship statuses that every American has. You have a United States citizenship, and you have a state citizenship. And both of those citizenships are joined with the word "and." Well, if you apply that same logic to the first half of the sentence, all persons born and naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That means there's two conditions that need to be met. Now, I agree with that part. When I read 39th congressional notes, the way they spoke about what that phrase meant was subject to the complete and full political jurisdiction. And they were talking about slaves. So it would make it hard for one reason that the further that's one thing. And then I'll land here. Number two, I read the brief that Solicitor General Bauer put forward, and he listed quite a few books in there, a few of them that I had already read, but I'm glad I read his brief because now I found a whole bunch more. And one of the things that they highlighted was the last word in that first sentence is reside. And what he's putting forth is that the term reside does not mean what we think it means today. They use the term reside to speak to the law of domicile. And in the one of his sources is actually what I'm reading right now, the law of domicile. And that's like a whole thing as well that talks about
the legal. Put that in the chat so I can look at it. I
like your book, so I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'm gonna put his brief in there as well.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot. When I tell you, I've always been a fan of Trump. His team, his legal team, man, those guys, their strategy is fucking amazing. It's amazing. They've taken this so far as to say, like, even on the first page says the question presented or the question proposed, something like that. And one thing that I ended up discovering that they highlighted is when it comes to birthright citizenship, have a statute that already speaks to how Americans define birthright citizenship. And it has nothing to do with people born here. It has everything to do with, for example, a soldier who's stationed somewhere else. If they have a baby outside of U.S. territory, at mere birth, that baby becomes a U.S. citizen. Or if it's someone who stayed here, who lived here for 10 years, and like there's like some numerical qualification, like the person has to be 21 years old or something like that. And if that person, like a regular civilian, goes somewhere, has a baby outside of U.S. territory and possessions, that person at birth automatically becomes a citizen. So how the opposers are talking about birthright citizenship does not coincide with, I think it's 8 USC 1401A or something like that. That's the statute that they cited.
I don't know, look the statute up real quick. I know exactly where to go.
Yeah. So when I tell you his legal team is so freaking awesome, it's ridiculous how good these guys are. It's just their whole approach and strategy to it all is just the best that I've ever seen. And they badass, man. That guy John Bauer, or whatever his name is, he's solid. So I'm gonna put all of that in the chat.
You don't have to put it in. You don't have to put the code in the chat. Just tell it to me again. With 18, is it 8 or 8?
It's 8 USC 1401A.
Let's see. Birth abroad before 1952 to serve as parent. I'll drop this in the chat so you can post it to the top.
Okay.
Which comes from Cornell Law School. They have a repository for federal code, which makes it really easy to look up. And that way everybody knows what we're all talking about.
Okay, then I'm gonna put his brief in that the law of domicile book. I'm gonna put that in the chat as well.
Well, I'm glad we got a lot of work done here today, gentlemen. Great work. Good job. Hell of a job. You did all such fabulous work. You should be also proud of all the work you did. Patriots, God-fearing, wonderful Americans. Excellent work, soldiers.
It's up at the top.
Sweet, thanks.
Alright, so the law of domicile book is in the chat. And basically,
I grabbed it. Thank you.
okay. And basically what they were saying is there's essentially three forms of what could be classified as domicile. The one that would apply to the just people in general, which has generally been accepted. It all goes back to Roman civil law, where the domicile of the kid is predicated on the domicile of the parent. So whatever nation the parent pledges allegiance to, the domicile is rendered down to the kid. Now, one thing that Bauer highlighted in the brief was that I can't remember who he said, but whatever lawyer. So one of the strategies that the opposers are taking is that just solely applies here in America, but one thing that I can't remember who he said rejected it, but there was a lawyer that rejected the concept of just solely, and they took the position of if the United States decided to accept you at that point in time, that's when you can become a citizen. So in order for a parent, let's say from Mexico, to come to America and drop a baby, no, they have to go through the process and sever their ties with their former nation, be accepted by America and they mentioned Great Britain as well. And at that point, once you go through the whole naturalization process, then now you legally have a domicile here. So they like went deep into the weeds, and they actually cleared up a lot of things that I had questions about, because I've been following this ever since it first came out. But it wasn't until I read his brief and I saw all of the books, and I was like, holy shit. I mean, the first 7 pages are just all court cases, treaty and constitutional stuff, old books from like the 1600s, 1800s, and just, yeah, his legal team.
And you're on this. I love his always been.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well.
One thing I like that you said, though, is you bring it up, sorry, you read it, and it's that and then it talks about, giving up that allegiance to another country. The allegiance is all here, and I thought one thing I think that so needs to be looked at is that, first of all, that and that allegiance, if we could literally say something to the effect that if they're coming here with any intention or, I don't know, illegal stuff, it's very different to me. I think, a lot of that wasn't intended that way. We know why it was intended in the first place. I guess to allow those that were born here, I'm forgetting the name of the one that, what was the claim that,
Wong v. Barr.
In the original case, the Wong case?
The Wong case,
that
right?
could be, yeah. So, that's what I think, that we go back and look at the intention back then. That's got to be the thing they've got to play out in court, and that nice little word "and" in there, So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out for sure. I wish it were on TV, to be honest with you, so we can watch.
One way that you look at it is always with any law. I think we talked about this a long time ago, Marshall. You and I talked about it. You look at the legislative intent of the law and what was brewing, what was the different testimonies in the legislature, what were the speeches that were given, what was building up, and what was the intent behind the law. So when the 14th Amendment was written, that provision in the 14th Amendment was written by someone in Michigan. And you have to look at that legislator in Michigan and perhaps what surrounded when the actual statute was written, what was the legislative intent. And it's all the surrounding circumstances and not circumstances, surrounding documentation and how he presented that law at the time. And with any statute, you do that. With any law, you look at the legislative intent. So there's been argument as to what the intention was of that provision of the 14th Amendment. I did want to say something that's interesting in the alternative of what you just said. We have law in the United States. If you're a U.S. citizen and you become a diplomat for another country, you have to surrender your U.S. citizenship. So we also determine at what point, using the word domicile is interesting, at what point are you representing another nation and you have to surrender. So just the flip of it, looking at how we look at people that are U.S. citizens and we denaturalize them when they not just domicile, but they represent through government other countries. Just a side note.
And Omar, I know she represents in Minnesota, but
no, but if she was representing Somalia in don't use her as example. Someone who's a U.S. citizen loses their citizenship. They have to surrender their passport, their citizenship, when they represent another country. That country's government to the U.S. That's our law. It's just the flip of it.
So I just put in the chat, I just sent it to your back channel. This comes from Digital Commons WCL American.edu. It's called the Citizenship Clause in Legislative History, American University Law Review.
And who's the guy in Michigan that was the scrivener of that part of the 14th Amendment? Do you remember, Mark? You must say.
Was it Trumbull?
I wanted to call it Bingham, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was either Bingham or Trumbull. I think Bingham was out of Ohio.
This guy was Michigan.
Oh, let me look it up. I gotta see something else.
You're in the Matrix. Can you hear him?
Yeah, he's in
the Matrix.
I'm in the Matrix? Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain he was Michigan.
Picking your nose,
What was he doing at that time? How did he present that when he was presenting his proposed law?
Yeah, that should be very detailed when you look at the gist of it for him to present it. There should be a very detailed explanation of why. One would think, anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. An old law.
Juggling our fears are tracing halos on our communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. Our communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. Critics on a crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in a lab coat, informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream, all communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout, I'm just choosing brighter colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you are something new. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word is found, It's one of the most
Very, very wise.
watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, little orange. Every head just starts to shift. Name tag. Catch a light inside the room. Shine on your lips like something old. Somebody call it. Say I don't usually have problems, but you want it better. We can make this good. You got me doing at the midnight force. Yeah, right here in the center of the room. Head in my head. You got me doing at the midnight boss, looking like a boss on you. If this way that I go,
It actually sounds worse on the Bluetooth. So it would be like, what's the point of using a Bluetooth when it sounds worse? It's just my opinion.
But your fingers dry slide head. Rock by the box you had in mind. You left. What the promise that you think? Tax reform, push a car, make you sing. Let the give me for the drama. So sweet. But something harder than the summer. Go to Chicago, mayabo.com. Monkey over, that's the one I'm on. You got me. Doing it for midnight force. Right here. In the center of the room. Hand in my hand. Future plan. What if the war? We're changing the rules. You got me. Do after midnight force. Thinking like I'm stuck on you. If this is equation, I just want to say it over. Vision falling through. Yeah. Lights fade, but we don't slow down. Don't slow. Street lights racing over this town. If this is just a campaign high, then stay locked in. Never ask why. You got me doing at the midnight push. Right here on Chicago, my got gun in my hand. Future with plan, but if the war, we're breaking the rules. You got me, doing at the midnight push. Straight to get on you. Just a no rider. This is a wager. I just wanna take her, I'll get over. Leading Chicago with you. On the top of my head, little voices waving flies. Every word a tiny mirror asking, who are you really? Spamming a silver suit. Politics in painted shoes, comedy juggling, our fears are tracing halos on them crystal edge, measuring the leap you take. Love letters in your junk folder, still trying to rearrange you. Persuasion in a lab coat, informative, kind of glowing. Here's a future you could live. Hey, if you let it in your bloodstream. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. From a whisper to a shout. I'm just choosing bright colors for the picture in your doubt. What if this is the opera and your breath is the overture? Every thought in your orbit singing, you are something new. All communication is hypnosis. Every sentence swings a light. You can call it love or persuasion. Both are reaching in the night. All communication is hypnosis. And if every word's a spell, I'll keep casting tiny futures where you rise. And you are well. Watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, watermelon, rainbow, little orange, hey, catching me on futures, catching me on futures, catching me on futures. Little and orange, hey, little and orange, hey, little and orange, The priest joins hands upon the breast of the priestess. As he expects lance, he turns to the few out, lowers and raises the lance, and makes upon them. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law. Love under will.
He lowers the lamps and turns to east the priestess. Takes the lamps in her right hand, her left hand, the left hand she offers the priest kneels. He takes the host with the right hand and makes with it on the path and consumes it. Silence the priestess takes, uncovers, and offers the cup as before.
Shows the cup to the people, turns, replaces the cup, and adores music. For this is the covenant of resurrection. He makes the 5 crosses on the priestess. Accept, O Lord, this sacrifice of life and joy. Towards the covenant of resurrection.
Oh, they banned my Clubhouse account. Damn, they kicked my Clubhouse account. Whoa.
Who kisses it? He then touches her between the breasts and upon the body. He then flings out his arms upward as comprehending the whole shrine. Let this offering be borne upon the waves of Aether to our Lord, and Father the Son that travelleth over the heavens in his name on. He closes his hands, kisses the priestess between the breasts, and makes 3 great crosses over the paten, the cup, and himself. He strikes his breast. All repeat this action. Hear ye all, saints of the true church of old time, now essentially present, that of ye we claim heirship, with ye we claim communion, from ye we claim benediction in the name of Yahweh. The principles. The diaconate. Mysterious energy, reform, mysterious matter, in fourfold and sevenfold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves. That in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his will as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So to be. So to be. The people. The deacon, be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So mote it be.
Sound like a robot. I'm sorry. Oh, they took out that Clubhouse account too. They're deleting all my Clubhouse accounts. Damn, 2 of my Clubhouse accounts get deleted.
Methods we y'all used to get there. Then.
All right, this is universe. They just clipped 2 of my Clubhouse accounts. I'm shocked. Like, why am I still being targeted by Clubhouse? Or Clubhouse users? Oh my God, they took out another one. They deleted 3 of my Clubhouse accounts today. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. This is unbelievable. It's targeted. This is a targeted assassination. Oh, can't believe I got hit. I'm being assassinated by the Clubhouse police. What a tragedy. This is such a tragedy. Let's see, what about this one? No, they took out that one too. I can't believe it. They deleted all my accounts. All of them. No!
Krishna Tahuti. Moshe Dionysus Mohammedan to Megatherium. With these also Hermes, Pan, Priapus, Osiris, and Melchizedek.
What really pissed him off is I wouldn't be classified
Vigilius, Catullus Martialis, Rabelais, Swinburne, and many a holy bard, Apollonius Tianius, Simon Magus, Manes, Pythagoras, Basilides, Valentinus, Bardesigns, and Hippolytus, that transmitted the light of the Gnosis to us, their successors and their heirs, with Merlin, Arthur, Cameret, Parzival, and many another. Priya and Onporio VII, priest and king that bore the lance and cup, the sword and disc against the heathen. And these also, Carolus Magnus and his paladins, with William of Shiren, Frederick of Hohenstaufen, Roger Bacon, Jacobus Burgundus, Molensis the Martyr, Christian Rosenkreutz, Ulrich von Hutten, Paracelsus, Michael Mayer, Roderick Borgia Poi, Alexander VI, Jacob Boheme, Francis Bacon, Lord Verulam, Andrea, Roberus de Fructibus, Johannes D. Sir Edward Kelly, Thomas Bahn, Elias Ashmole Molinos, Adam Wishow, Wolfgang Gothe, Ludovicus, Rex Bavaria, Richard Wagner, Alphonse Louis Constant, Frederick Nietzsche, Hargrave Jennings, Carl Kellner, Forlong Dukes, Sir Richard Payne-Knight, Paul Gauguin, Sir Richard Francis Burton, Dr. Gerard and Cossack, Dr. Theodorus, and Sir Alistair Crowley, O sons of the Lion and the Snake. With all thy saints we worthily commemorate them, worthy that were and are to come. May their essence be her present, potent, puissant, and paternal to perfect this feast.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in
if you're a small content,
ye shall gather goods and La parada de luz, la señora con su cruz me pregunta. Y este tallón de verdad piensa en los blues. El chaval con su café, 3 trabajos, poco pie, dice. Quiero a alguien que al fin se parezca un poco a mí. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, para los hombres, para el barrio, para las personas de las pipos que nunca salen en los libros. Yo para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago que sueña un futuro azul. En la esquina del tianguis, la abuelita haciendo tamis dice: quiero ver la luz en la escuela de mi Luis. Taxi lleno, tráfico, un suspiro cínico. Si votamos esta vez, cambiará lo que se ve de lobo. John para el mayor de Chicago, para los hoteles, para el barrio, para las personas de las picos, pagando cuentas con sus ritmos. John para el mayor de Chicago, la voz del norte y del lado sur, para la familia en el lago, que sueña un futuro azul.
What happens if we throw this hand grenade on the apple? But once I release it, I have only 4 seconds to get to safety. What happens if we throw this hand grenade?
That is something that it ain't. Chilling with my baby, oh, she's quaint. You okay? You are my sweet paradise. Garden of Eden. I see a garden of Eden in your eyes. Been so long, baby. I've been searching for you. Been so long, darling. You are a sweet dream come true. And heaven is in your eyes. Oh, take me there. My sweet Eden. My heavenly Take all your glory. Shine all your glory. You know it's gonna be a difference
angel. But you're a goddess to me. You walk like an angel. But you're a goddess to me. Taste of the sweet nectar.
Course for nuclear war, it seems like under the normal's account, they'd be justified in waging war with us. And Trump did that a year ago.
Right. Well, the problem is that if you're the bigger power, if they attack you, they're going to get their asses kicked.
So wait, the normativity isn't based around like behaviors in regards to agreements. It's about who has more power.
It's about power in the pursuit of our values. And those values...
So your point about people like violating agreements is irrelevant. Because it's only if they violated agreements in a week.
Well, no. Again, do you agree that our demands on Iran were reasonable?
No, I think no ballistic missiles is like irrational given the kind of geopolitical sphere we have now.
Well, what they have shown their willingness to attack their neighbors.
Yeah, so is Israel.
What neighbor did Israel attack?
Well, they effectively started already before.
Wait.
Right?
Well, no.
They attacked Egypt.
Hang on.
They attacked Iran.
Hang on.
They attacked Iraq, Syria, Jordan. Whoever they attacked over there.
Attacking Israel for decades.
Vice versa.
No, not like.
Did you forget about the Arab-Israeli war in 1948 before it finished? They did it.
They attacked, but they got them.
No.
Yes,
You guys were engaged in terroristic acts against the British to get them out of there. You were taking over land, which is why they had to knock off. They were taking over land, which is why they had to knock off. You didn't abide by the British partition. You didn't abide by UN 81. You just started confiscating shit. No, you didn't. You took land and you used the context of the Arab-Israeli war to expel 700,000 Palestinians from their land. You've been attacking your neighbors since your inception, my brother. You attacked the British. You killed British people. You remember the King David Hotel? You know how many British were killed? He even killed 17 Jews in the King David Hotel.
What happens when
Please, let's not pretend like you don't attack. Go ahead, AWOC. Sorry. I had to correct the record. Please fucking liar.
When Israel, when you lose, you're going to lose your bloody land. And that's what happened.
I'm confused. Like, so Egypt was that preemptive or no?
What happens when
the Egyptians like when they
Which one?
I'm answering you. Egypt picked out the UN peacekeepers and massed its troops on the border, which under the law is a casus belli. And Israel then attacked preemptively to prevent Egypt.
There we go.
It causes belli.
There we go.
Everyone shut up. Stop.
If you mass your troops on the border and indicate your intention to attack, yes, you're going to get your ass kicked. That's correct.
Okay, but given what international laws are, is that violating Article 2?
I'm sorry, why are you bringing up Article 2 in regards to 1967?
Because what does that have to do with that?
1967. What's that?
Because Article 2 was in effect back then. So does that justify the attacks?
Okay. Absolutely.
What? Okay, so Article 2.
Hang on.
That doesn't answer no question.
I want to answer you. I want to answer your point. So if
my point is just the rationalization that actually is Article 2.
Let me make my point and then you can respond. So if a country masses its troops on your border and then ejects the UN peacekeepers and announces its intention to attack you, it is absolutely justified.
I agree with you. I agree with you. It's because it's one of the things. So
Nobody ever announced they were gonna attack.
Stop. We're being very linear here. Okay, but is that because they've exhausted diplomatic solutions?
Yes, we wanted a peace deal with Egypt, and when they finally made one in 1978, we kept that peace ever since. And we gave
So what about the invasion of Iran has exhausted diplomatic solutions? I'm not done. Because my point is very specific. My point is very specific. I've been stressing the whole time. Let me finish. We're in agreement on Egypt. I'm justified. I'm giving you that.
I'll take it, but I haven't
finished. Justified.
I accept your concession, but I haven't finished. So here's an addition. The position, number one, the Palestinians did not accept the partition plan. They could have had a country at that moment.
The reason, you know why they didn't accept it?
They didn't accept it because we got 47% of the land
with 2/3 of the population. And they didn't get the choice pieces of the land. That's why they didn't take it. Oh, so we don't have history books now. We don't have history books about the divide. The city divide.
And Jordan was getting into it.
He's lying about partition plan. He's not talking about the why it's rejected.
The Arabs rejected the partition plan. And by the way, what you've forgotten is that
we all know that the British were working on your behalf from the beginning. So when the British developed the partition plan, it was with your benefit. Anybody can go look at the partition plan post, right? You can see how it was a hodgepodge of locations, right? But he couldn't deny that.
Because you're illiterate, because you were dropped on your head, you did not know that Jordan was part of the original mandate of Palestine, and it was taken off.
You mean Transjordan? You mean Transjordan?
No, I mean
It was called Transjordan back then. It was called Transjordan back then, dum dum.
Let's go back. Yes, I'm talking about what is Jordan today. It went entirely to the Arabs. There's somebody who's not from there, who's from Saudi Arabia, Abdullah. But let's go back to
what does that have to do with the part
blowing you away on that matter? Because the partition plan included that.
Doesn't mean it wasn't fucking unfair, dum dum. How does that mean
Jordan? The Arabs got all of Jordan, so they didn't get the Jews. They got much more.
So you're saying that the Arabs didn't contest that they got less than the population?
That they didn't.
They didn't. Oh, so all you have to do is say, how much land were the Arabs appropriated during the partition plan? How much land were the Arabs appropriated during the British partition plan?
They got 22 countries.
The 1947 UN partition plan allocated approximately 42 to 45%. What did I say? 44? My bad. 42 to 45%. I was off by a percent. Historical Palestine for Arab states, totaling about 11,500 square kilometers. Okay, great. So you got 45%. It was still 2/3 of the population that only got 45% of the land.
I said Jordan was part of Palestine. You have got all of it. There was no country called Jordan concrete.
Total land division.
Created the
plan assigned 55 of the Jewish state, despite them only 7% of the land at that time.
country.
Guess what?
After that,
A pigeon plane
walk
just
away from
10% of the land. And if somebody says, here's
the cartoon conference.
congratulations, and you don't think that the Arabs should be complaining about that. The Arabs shouldn't be upset. And here comes these assholes who just got here 50 years ago, and now they own 56% of the land. Got it. Great deal.
Wouldn't even let the Jews have that. The Arabs got all of the land, and they wouldn't even let the Jews have a little tiny sliver the size of New Jersey.
What a piece of shit.
Willing to accept.
What a literal piece
shit.
of shit.
Listen, shit.
Well, let's get this.
Go back and read your history.
You are a oddity.
Okay. Now
You are a fucking circus animal,
Not
bro.
only
We didn't even know that people like you exist, bro.
You know what?
Disgusting.
There's a lot of
You reek.
disgusting, racist piece of garbage.
That's why your whole country's been under siege since its inception. Because you're such good people.
We're happy to do
Constantly at war every fucking day for fucking decades after decades after
It's something
decades.
Bible can't do.
You love winning.
Yeah.
You abuse the Palestinians, and look at you now. Look at you now. You're disgusting. You're horrible.
Crush them because we keep getting stronger each time. Now let's go back to 19.
That's why everyone eats. You don't even want to live here.
I've been waiting a long time. Go ahead. I had one point to make about 19. Hey, go ahead, buddy. You can go to Iran. The point that I wanted to make was that the Arabs negotiated.
Not on my watch. Start your statement, and I'm going to start in the middle of your statement. Go ahead,
Decide that they want to support impeachment.
No, you're going to cry today. Today you're going to cry. Today you're going to cry.
Obviously, they decide to convict. But what if they impeach him and Vance and go after both of them and charges against both? The next in line to run the country is the Speaker of the House, which would be a Democrat at that point. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah,
Can someone tell me,
Yeah,
Matt, just how that would fly?
yeah. It's Hakeem Jeffries in line.
He would be our president, correct?
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to have the Republicans do that. Not how extreme Jeffries is. So.
Well, what if so? I mean, it would be a question.
There's only a few Republicans that will push back against Trump, and I don't even think they'd be dumb enough to do that.
Do you understand? Is this basically what I just laid out? There's a potential that something like that could happen.
It could, but I mean, I can't help it if Trump does unpopular shit. I mean, that's like, what can I do about that?
How do you impeach Vance though? Like you do the same procedure.
I guess it would be the same procedure, right?
They do
I don't know.
back impeachment.
What just resigned, right? And Nixon appointed someone else.
He just moved on. Yeah.
He just moved on. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know of another VP, but I would think there is the same procedure because remember they wanted to impeach Mayorkas. I mean, they wanted to impeach people in the cabinet. So I don't know. Constitutionally, I don't know the answer other than the third in line is to my knowledge. I don't know who would change. It would be Jeffries.
Well, I mean,
assuming they won.
I think one of the biggest travesties is that there's perhaps if there's going to be an actual regime change, which I'm going to say I think that sounds like 99% bullshit to me. I guess he would have redeemed himself. Other than that, I really feel sorry for JD Vance and Marco Rubio that they got. That their name would have been dragged through the mud with Trump, and you can tell Vance has been really fucking quiet since it started.
No, hang on. I
do think that there's been what's been speculated for months is that a lot of the infighting you've seen on the right, what it ultimately has to do with is JD Vance. They do not want him to be they don't want him to be like the front runner for the presidency in 2028.
Right, but if they're gonna find allegations, they're gonna go after the administration, including Vance. I mean, there's, besides all the personal dealings, or that they'll claim with Trump and his family and not creating the Chinese wall there, they're going to go after acts of the administration. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out as a crazy possibility. I hear you, but just think about the fallout from that.
I mean, I shot you a message. This was about you can read that. It's a piece on the Special Forces. What one of them said, validated through a few people that I know that were the same as he was, and said it's an absolute truth, and you can go ahead and read it. And that's the way they feel about what you're just talking about. So, not a good sign for anybody to.
What were they saying?
He's saying that Vance gonna lose because he speaks like a loser edge lord.
Vance ain't gonna get the he won't get it. It'll be Rubio or something.
Vance gonna
Why do you think it won't be?
It's
okay, all right. Wait, why do you say that? But okay, but I was asking him the fucking question.
You asked me a question.
No, I was asking.
Wait, don't be so horrible, Pepe. I'm trying to tell you something.
Oh my God! All right, so
Vance. Wait. Vance is gonna lose because he's a loser edgelord like you and a fag, and he's gonna lose to Nobody wants to listen to insults like Tucker Carlson types and everything other than Vance is gonna lose.
How many hundreds of millions does he have, or is he? But forget. He's not a bad-looking guy, I wouldn't think. He's got the celebrity part down. Pretty sure he can get. I don't think that's his problem.
Yeah, I said edgelord.
That's not what an edgelord is. An edgelord. I don't think you know what an edgelord is. It's a very specific type of personality. It's almost always. No, it's not like Tucker Carlson.
It's a Tucker Carlson type of special retard, and everything else.
He's literally not. The edgelord.
Have you noticed Vance is going down in the polls because his special relationship with Tucker Carlson and the fact that he has Tucker Carlson's son in his administration, all the things.
That's why he's down in the polls.
For civic reasons. You watch when it comes to 2028. Vance is going to lose to Rubio. Nobody wants Vance because facts like you support him for retardation. That's it.
All right. Thank you for wasting several minutes of my time. But I was asking Ice, what is this information you were hearing about Vance?
No, it's not about Vance. It's about what would happen if they impeach the president and a certain section of people that would take exception to that due to their oath, basically. So if they feel that it was done basically for partisan politics, that there would be action taken. So
I don't even want them to impeach him, and I despise the guy. I don't want them to impeach him because I think they do look like a fucking charade. They've done it the first time, the second time, doing it the third time. They just want to look stupid. So they should just let him do this 4 years. And my biggest fear is impeaching him and having this idiot Vance go in there. I'd rather, even though I totally despise Trump, I don't want Vance to go in there. I don't. So Trump, he can keep fucking up for the next 2.5 years, I think. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to deal with it and cope with it, but no Vance.
I think it's just gotten too extreme. I just wouldn't want. I wouldn't want this to become the new normal.
Yeah, politics has become way too divisive. And the left and the right are crying, they're begging for a more moderate party to come along right in the middle right now, on both sides. When they do the pollings, it's very heavy on the left. I forget, it was overwhelming. They wanted the party to come back to the center. And it's the same on the right. And most people don't want a far right. And I would love to see people that can sit down and really negotiate and try to solve problems again, because right now they don't. We got a bad, horrible Affordable Care Act. Let's just leave it because we're both going to act like children and not want to talk and try to resolve something and make something better because everybody's going to claim we did that. Our side did that. Now, how about we sat down together as adults and figure out a way to make it work? There's nothing that the government gets involved with that goes well. From healthcare to jails to hell, freaking the laws they passed.
Hey, how do you guys feel about all the hundreds of millions of dollars that Trump's family is making? I mean, he's been in the presidency for about a year and a few months, and his family has already made over close to $2 billion. What are your thoughts about that?
First of all, do you have proof that the income's been made? I mean, it's interesting. I think it's across the board, Ben. I think that you look at people like Ilhan Omar that all of a sudden is worth $30 million, or some of the squad members like AOC. Look at Schumer. Look at Pelosi and her net worth. I mean, I think it's both sides have increased their net worth while they're in government. I don't think it's a good thing, but I think it's on both sides, and you have to call it out on both sides. Are you okay to do that?
Oh yeah, of course I will. But I think, of course I'll call it out on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, there's some rotten apples. How did Pelosi get as rich as she got? You have to call it out on both sides.
Insider trading.
How did Schumer get these people? How did Biden? So Joe Biden was a prosecutor. He didn't come from wealth. He lived in a house in Hocus in Delaware, and during his years in the Senate, okay, all of a sudden amasses money, wealth, and then becomes a VP. So he's in public office and becomes a multimillionaire. Explain. Where's that money come from? How's that happen?
There's no two words about it. So I don't want to hear bullshit.
From books?
I know. I think so. Because I know there are times in $2 million at least when they're at that level and publish books.
While he was in office, you're talking?
I don't know. I haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm saying. I don't mind you calling it out, but you gotta call it. It's like a virus throughout government, and definitely on the legislative side.
They sold the rights to a future memoir for $10 million. That's a fancy way of saying here's some cash for something.
What year did he do that, Ice?
Let me see if it's got it here.
Because he got wealthy, I think, before he did memoirs. I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm just going to say this. Look at the salary you make as a member of Congress or a senator, and then tell me how you...
Yeah, it's like 150 or something.
Right. How do you amass... How do you get a beach home in Hocus in Delaware, or in... How do you get the big house? Not in the big house in Hocus, the beach house in what's the Rehoboth? How'd that all happen? Where'd that money come from? I don't mean to shut you down on what you're saying on Trump, but I think it should be a more global.
Which under the law is a casus belli.
Is a little too blatant.
They had great wealth. They came in with wealth and businesses. Ilhan Omar came in with what? How'd she all of a sudden get worth $30 million?
So do you think that if Trump wasn't president?
Okay, he sold his memoirs. He had wealth beyond $10 million before 2025. That's my point. Where'd it come from?
Are you talking for Biden?
For Biden.
I think I just said that he...
That's 2025, Ben.
2025, be the money.
He had his beach house in Rehoboth and his big house in Hocus way before 2025. The salary of a U.S. senator all those years, I mean, add it up. was in private practice at a decent firm in Delaware,
Abby,
you get a shit ton more than that.
Abby, you know if can the kids of the president make money? I mean, I don't even know how that works.
They have a Chinese wall that he has to separate himself from the investments and from the company, but they can make money. I mean, you can make the Hunter Biden argument that.
Exactly. So
And,
I don't think Trump is directly making money. I don't think you can link that to him in any form. I mean, I don't know where you can go find it, I guess, but now his kids are definitely making money, and that's not illegal.
You guys crucified Hunter Biden for making a couple, is it hundreds of thousands of dollars or tens of thousands? His son, Don Jr., he partnered or he invested in a drone company, which at the time he invested in the drone company was valued at $200 million. Then, some way, he was able to get a $600 million contract with the federal government. Now the drone company is valued at $2 billion. His son is invested in Kalshi and advising Polymarket. They're building like hotels and for example.
The funny thing is you can't prove it. The funny thing is you can't prove it.
Actually, can you
That's why you
shut
make
up
this
and
lie.
finish?
No, but the thing is you can't prove it because I've heard this.
He's not invested in a drone company. That was a lie.
You can't prove it. You can't fucking prove it. You just lie.
Where's he from?
You're like a Palestinian.
Okay. Now, Sean.
You can't prove it. You just lie. You expect people to believe what you're saying. You can't prove it. Just put it in the chat.
Your girlfriend, can you go stay with your girlfriend or something like that? Please. Okay.
Bro, get the fuck out with your thing and go talk what you want to do. But you can't prove it. You just lie. Put it. It's not true. It's like Jesus. It's false.
$5 billion to invest in his funds.
Thank you.
So in his defense, he's talking about Trump and the money that they've made in office. So Trump was inaugurated on January the 20th. Let me see. So it looks like Trump did launch a meme coin.
No, not 20. You're talking about not 2020. You said the 20th of January?
January 20th, 21st.
Oh, so what he's saying about as far as Trump family making like a shitload of money. So Trump did launch a meme coin a few days right before he took office, and most of that money went to, I think he may have some stake, or his family may own the World Liberty Financial Group. So that meme sold over 550 tokens. So when you're looking at those similarities and you're looking at all of this shit as like, and it's totally fine for them to make money, but if Joe Biden got in office, if
that's owned by the UAE, by the way.
Jesus, no, can you guys have this guy just keep quiet?
No, because you guys just keep lying, bro. You just keep lying. Just tell the truth.
So if Obama or Joe Biden would have gotten in office and promoted a meme coin or a Bitcoin that was sold through their financial group, it would have been a problem.
But Trump didn't do that. Trump never advertised it.
Never happened.
No, Trump never, not one time ever did anything with it. That's the difference. We're saying other people could do it, other people on his behalf. That's the point. Otherwise, you're right. You'd be probably in big trouble. You can't just sit there going, "Oh, I got this meme coin." Everybody buy it at the like a press conference. You can't be doing that,
So on the drone thing that he was talking about, his son bought in late 2024. He does sit on the board. They had defense contracts prior, and afterwards he had to remove himself from negotiations for procurements of any contracts with the defense companies. So that's where it's at. So they had to go in and bid and try to get it with negotiations without Donald Trump Jr. being involved. And people could say, well, he still gets the influence because he's there. Well, okay, let's see it. Hey, I'm all with everybody. I didn't think Christine should have been paying herself to be in the damn DHS ad. I get it. people pay themselves all the time for being stuff like that. But in my opinion, there was things she did I didn't agree with. You don't give it to somebody just because you worked with them. You're helping them start a company that you worked with before because you worked with them in South Dakota. You say, okay, well, I'd love to, but you got to be there. You know, I'm not going to give you their price, but you got to be cheaper than them. Then I would have been fine with it. But the fact that she paid more to a company that she worked with, I was completely against that.
You know, some of it,
If this company did that, then so be it.
some has to be put in perspective too, like some of the resort developments. You know, in Saudi, there's 35 hotels going in one like of their master plan cities alone. And there's like every major hotel chain and developers going in doing golf courses and doing, you know, different resort developments from Ritz-Carlton and Hilton and like some of the companies out of big European hotel chains, the Four Seasons Peninsula, and just go through them. So for him to do a resort project there where many companies are going in, like everyone wants to single it out. Oh my God, they're doing business in the KSA, but so is everybody else. So, you know, at what point does his hotel company that his kids run have to not do business around the world because every country they work in could be construed that he has a relationship with them? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just.
Yeah. I mean, in an ideal world, I agree. I don't think any family should be profiting at this point. They're there to serve at the pleasure of the people, really. At this point, I agree, but
the whole family isn't there to serve. But I don't think that they should be allowed to invest into certain things. You know, once you're in, you know, once they're there, let's just say once Donald Trump is elected, they should. This goes back for me. I've held this line for decades. If you are elected, you, your immediate family, and people who are close to you, which they can monitor all that, should not be making suspicious investments in defense companies. Sorry, it's a no. You have a relationship with this person, you could have inside information. Sorry, it sucks to be you, but you can't invest in these deals because they're your friend, your brother, your son, your daughter, your uncle is voting on a contract for NVIDIA to get government grants or whatever it is, you know. So to me, no, they shouldn't be allowed. He shouldn't be. There's nobody in Congress, nobody in politics should be. Anybody that has inside information, hell, Martha Stewart went to freaking jail for it. Let's be real. And then you have politicians who we should hold to a higher standard in that regard. But instead, if you look at their path too, they've always made money. But if you look in the last decade, the level of money they made has gone up as just astronomically. Through COVID was ridiculous. And I'm not saying one person gets across the board.
So another question for you, as I gotta go put my kids to sleep soon. To bed, to sleep. Do you think Trump's priorities, like these days, are what he actually campaigned on? Because a lot of times I see him talking about his ballroom, the arch he wants to build, like doing all the whole Not America Fest, but every other country first. What else? He's not focusing on the grocery prices or inflation or everything he promised he was going to do. Do you think his priorities today reflect what he campaigned on?
I believe he's the same as every president before. You have teams that are dealing with all of that. I love when these guys go on, and Scott Sandler, he was just destroyed. I don't remember who it was. Was it MSNBC? I remember the gal's face. I don't remember her name, but she tried catching him on something, and he just leveled her with the facts. And it's just like they got people working on all of that. We know they're going to take a short-term hit in these things, but you know you got to look at it. You keep letting the bad guy keep building a force, they become more of a problem. So you take the lump in the short run. But damn it, I'll tell you what we need to do is get liquid natural gas going. Why are we not using it? It's clean energy, way cleaner than coal, way cleaner than oil. We would be the freaking world #1 exporter of it. We import it. You drive through the Midwest and you literally see towers out in the fields burning 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, just burning it. That's how much we got. Now, look at the infrastructure of building it. How many jobs can we create? Hell of a lot of jobs. How much for people if they invested in the infrastructure? That's where you invest first. Later, you invest in the gas, but you invest in the infrastructure building of it because that's where all the money goes in. We could literally have so much cash. They went down and asked the people, because when we export it, they said, well, wait, they're saying it's, or we import it. They said, well, why can't we export it? They say it's dangerous. What's the difference in the process? The guy looked at the person on the camera and goes, the way you turn the valve. Like, yeah, but why is it more dangerous? It's not. He says the valve turns, you flow that way or you flow this way. The process is exactly the same. So that was a BS claim. Why has not one single president? Now, I'm going to say this. Trump said he was going to open it up, and he didn't. Why? Why are they holding back natural gas? Big oil? Probably. Or is there another reason? They want to get their mitts into it. But the bottom line is natural gas should be flowing. We should be exporting natural gas to everywhere around the world. Point being, where do you think prices would be if we had stuff like that to help?
Who did you ask that question? I don't think anybody even.
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you.
I didn't even know who you asked that question. My biggest concern is I just want this Iranian regime to go. It's been here for 47 years. It's terrible. I mean, I can look like people, my friends in the United States are like, oh, gas prices are like $4 in like, California. But it's in Brisbane, in Australia at the moment, it's like $9 US. It's double. You know what I mean? So people in California are bitching about $4 and it's $9 here. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like in Europe, they pay by the liter. It's expensive, yeah.
Yeah, like a gallon. A gallon in Brisbane, Australia at the moment, it's $9. Tomorrow it's gonna be $9.80 US a gallon. So it's like, oh well, yeah, so terrible. Everything is just so fucked up and everything else like that. But we're just like, bro, you gotta get rid of these terrible terrorist people. These people are sick people. They've been there for so long. So it's like when people are just like, they're just like, $4 a gallon is so bad. And I just look at my phone like crying. I'm just like, I wish mine was $4 fucking dollars a gallon. You know what I mean? But it's like $9 a gallon. So what fuck am I supposed to do? Tell me. So like these people, they don't even know what they're talking about, man. You know. And the wages are not so different between the US and Australia. It's not so much different. So they're horrible. And I'm like, I'm at $9, soon I'm gonna be at $10 a gallon. I'm saying it in American terms because that's how, I won't say in liters because then you won't get it. But so what the hell are we supposed to do about it? You want it to go away. I don't give a shit. If I have to pay $13 a gallon to get rid of the Islamic Republic, I'm gonna pay $13, $14, $15. I don't give a fuck. These modern day Stasi, they have to go. These are sick people. They gotta go. I don't care. I don't even give a fuck if the fuel goes to $20 a gallon. These sons of bitches, they've gotta go. That's my opinion. You can disagree with me or not, but that's the way I feel.
No, I'm in agreement. I think we gotta get tyrannical. I have friends that are Muslims, and they're not in any way extremists. They're very cool, down to earth people, no different than me, right? They're not going to be. They don't get down on their, carpet and pray 6 times a day, any of that. They're just people. Now the extremists, they're the problem, and they are a small percentage of it. But that right there is a driving force of it. That's where a lot of resources come from for them. That's where a lot of the explosives, the technology that they use, all of that comes from there. And so to get rid of them, it's worth it at all costs, because here's the deal. The last administration raised our domestic terrorism alert to the highest level ever because they knew what was inside the country. Now, you don't just raise it because you just think it's a fun thing. You raise it because you have intelligence that doesn't worry we could have a problem. So they raised it. And it's still up there because we know it's out there. We've had a few different attacks already. That's minor. If they decide all of a sudden go off one day, it'll overwhelm the system. Imagine, they can start attacking schools. They can do whatever the hell they want. Little kids ain't going to be able to fight back.
Little kids aren't going to be able to fight back, and I heard all the stupid shit in the world.
There's not enough fire department to go into all the different schools. There's just not. Right? These people have said it for 47 years. You said this, Hitchcock. 47 years. They've said death to America. Number 1 is death to America. Number 2 is death to Israel. They've said it. When people say it, they want it. Look at it in boxing. When somebody keeps saying, I want to kick Mike Tyson's ass, Mike Tyson finally says, let's go. Right? Eventually, you have to try to pop the bully in the mouth, and you do it before people pop you in your mouth.
Yes, I couldn't be agree with you more. I mean, I only wish that U.S. citizens could, have a deeper understanding of this regime. If they knew that what kind of radically maniac